Morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Jesudam Lola Ladipo, and today I'm your host for GLA's Career Development 2026. This morning, we'll be having our keynote speaker as our opening. Our keynote speaker will be speaking to us on career positioning in the 2026 job market, macro trends, AI's impacts, and skill forecasting. So this morning, I'd like to introduce to you our keynote speaker. This morning, our keynote speaker is Ruby Igwe. Ruby Igwe is a lawyer, educator, operator, and workforce development leader committed to expanding economic opportunity across Africa. She currently serves as the Regional Director for West and Central Africa at ALX, where she leads strategy, growth, partnership, and operations across multiple markets, helping young Africans access world-class training, career opportunities, entrepreneurial support, and pathways into future of work. Before joining ALX, Ruby built a multidisciplinary career across law, media, and public sector operations and social impact. She served on Nigeria's Presidential Task Force of COVID-19 and spent several years in media production and communications. Ruby is a Vital Voice Fellow, Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Fellow, NASDAQ Milestone Maker participant, and former president of the Junior Achievement Africa Alumni Regional Board. Her work sits at the intersection of leadership, workforce transformation, institutional capacity building, and the future of work in Africa. She's passionate about helping young people navigate careers transition, building durable skills, and develop capabilities required to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Through her writing, speaking, and leadership, she advocates for lifelong learning, intentional career development, and the creation of systems that enable talents to flourish at a scale. Ruby holds an LLB at the University of Kent and a barrister and a solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Please, with a round of applause, welcome Ruby Igwe.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you so much for making time this Saturday morning. It isn't raining, but I'm sure people might have wanted to just spend time resting. So thank you for coming. And thank you so much to the organizers. Isn't this beautiful, guys? Can we give the organizers a round of applause? Okay, I have some interactive things planned because I didn't want to make it just a session where you are tempted to look at your phone or you find that you're dozing off. I wanted to try and make this as interactive as possible. So thank you for having me. It means a lot for me to be standing here. Ignite has been shaping people in the city for a long time, longer than some of us have been alive, longer than people even know. I know because I was once here. I've attended Ignite a couple of times, and my mom also attended Ignite in her youth. So I also was once sitting where some of you are sitting now, the same kind of room, the same questions, no idea what I'll build. So guys, please look around this room right now. I know that you've all taken your headshots, you've done CV review, but please look around the room. Some of you here are unemployed, and there is no face of anyone who's unemployed. You might not be in the job you want to be in. You might be employed, but not necessarily in the work you want to be doing. You might be looking for that door to open. Some of you might be employed, but stuck. You're doing work that no longer fits. And some of you are pivoting as you're walking away from one path towards another. I want to say this clearly this morning. Every one of those parts is a legitimate place to be standing. And I'm not speaking down to you. I'm just also walking that path myself. All right. We can start with the slides. Next slide, please. What we're going to be doing in the next hour is very clear. We're going to have a warm-up. So we're going to ask you to stand up and meet your neighbor. And then we're going to do a lot of work around what it means to know yourself, read the market, work with the machine, not against it, and then build what lasts. Finally, we're going to do an exercise around your future self. Next slide, please. So, like I said, I want this to be a working session. So if everyone could please get on their feet. I know that there's a lot of bags that you're holding, and books and notebooks, but if you could just free yourself from that for just like a few minutes, let's stretch out and feel the blood pumping through our veins. So, stay standing if you got less sleep than you wanted last night. So if you slept for as long as you wanted to, please sit down. Okay. So there are many people in this room that really, really would like to go back to sleep. Thank you for making time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Stand if you traveled, so sit down if you didn't travel for more than an hour to be here this morning. Stand if you traveled for more than an hour to be here this morning. Wow. That is commitment. That's commitment. Okay, we can all sit down. Well, we're still going to stand. All right. Next slide, please. Stand up if someone in your family expected you to pick a safe... Wow. You didn't even wait. Okay, stand if someone in your family expected you to pick a safe profession. I'm also standing. And I'll say that, yes. My family, that's part of why I even ended up studying law. Okay. Wow, you guys... Okay. Did you already choose the safe profession for yourselves or your family? They're like, okay, whatever you want to be is fine. That's cool. Next slide, next slide. Stand if part of you worries AI may take the job you're working to. Wow, okay. Thank you for standing. All right. Thank you for your honesty as well. Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Okay, please take your seat. I have 2 more slides. Next slide. Stand if you've taught yourself a skill online in the last 12 months. Wow. Okay, guys. You don't need this session. Like, I can just go. Awesome. Awesome. This is amazing. Please give yourselves a round of applause. That's amazing. It means that you're already on it. You're already working on yourself. Next slide. Okay, well, I would have said stay on your feet, but please stand if you've already used an AI tool this week. Aha. Haha. This should have been the first question. Okay. Can anyone shout out what tool you've used? Okay. Claude. There are plenty. Ma? Lovable. Okay. VDI. Vimeo. Wow. Okay. Round of applause, guys. Your AI ready. Please sit down. Let's get started. So there's one more thing before we dig in. Next slide. We're going to turn to our neighbor and just engage. Just because. We're here, why not? I don't know if you've been planning to not speak to your neighbor, but please, you're going to indulge me. So you turn to the person beside you, tell them your name, your favorite color, what you studied, and what you're doing or you want to do. going to wrap up in 30 seconds. All right, come back to me. Maybe we should just spend the whole time discussing with each other and doing activities. Awesome. Awesome. How did that go? Good? Yeah? Awesome. Okay, so I'm sure there are many people who studied something and are doing something else, right? Hands up. Okay, so I just want to remind you that that gap is fine in case you were worried about it. Some people have gone into school studying software engineering and they're coming out understanding that if they're not an AI developer, things are going to be very different for them in the job market. So over the next 20 minutes, we're just going to quickly talk about what it means to know yourself, understand the job market, and how to invest in yourself. So next slide, please. Okay, you can't position yourself in a market until you know who you are and what you're aiming at. It's really important for you to understand the kind of things that move you, whether you actually like to solve problems from a tech perspective or whether you actually just want to be a management consultant and solve those kind of problems. And the only way to do that is to spend time with yourself. Understand what makes you tick. Understand how you react to certain situations and certain problems. Understand if you really like mathematics, really, or if you like it because they say you should like it. If you can spend your whole life doing mathematics, then maybe you should do actuarial science or some of those things. And then you take time to spend looking at the different careers that exist out there and give yourself the grace to understand that it's okay to say, today, right now in my career, I'm going to pivot completely. Now, it's going to give you, obviously, some setback in the sense that if you've climbed to a certain point in your career and you're going to start another career, there might be some things you transfer, but then there might be some other things that you need to start from scratch. But that's also part of what gives you that confidence to say, hey, I'm going to build, and it's going to take me some time, but I'm going to get there. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I'm saying here, your real strengths is about what comes easily to you. What are those things that are very easy for you to do? Those are some of those things that you really need to double down on and lock in on. Then, what are your values? So the things that you can probably do for free, the things that you won't trade away for a paycheck. If they say, I'm going to pay you $1 million, $500,000, $10,000, whatever it is, naira, whatever you won't trade away for a paycheck, those are the things that you use to know yourself. And finally, the through line in what you've already done. What are the things that connect all the things that you've already done? So for example, for me, let me start with myself. And I'll ask you to also think through the things that work for you as well. So for me, I spent a lot of time while I was being a lawyer, very excited about what the people that I was their client, they were my clients, were doing. I was way more excited about what they were doing than I was about actually developing the paperwork and all of those things that are required to get them to do what they're doing, which is why operations came in very handy to me. And then I ended up doing operations across a couple of industries before I found my way to ALX. Okay, so another thing you need to do is know your destination. A vision. The slides are looking a bit, okay. You need to think about the life that your work serves. So what does that mean? Who do you want to be in 5 years? Who do you want to be in 3 years? What kind of job is that person doing? Sometimes it might be simple as saying, what kind of income do I want to generate in this period? If it is X amount of money, and you know that it's this industry or this career that's going to get you there, then you can draw that line back and say, is that something that I'm particularly passionate about? Another thing you want to think about is what you want to be known for in the next 3 to 5 years. So if somebody is saying Ruby, what are they saying about Ruby? What are they saying Ruby did? Are they saying Ruby made a film? Are they saying Ruby wrote a book? Are they saying Ruby cured cancer? What is it that they're saying about you, and how do you draw that line back? And then you can picture an ordinary Tuesday in that future. What are the things that you'll spend your day doing? So some people who are fashion designers wake up in the morning, and sometimes they're going to go and check out cloth, and sometimes they're spending time with their design team, and they can spend the whole day, or maybe 12, 15 hours, just looking at patterns and trying to figure out what cuts and what fits. And that's what they're obsessed about. That's what they want to spend the whole day doing. What do you want to spend your own whole day doing? And then you map the past. So it's really about reverse engineering from that vision till today. And again, like we've already discussed with our neighbors, you're already potentially not doing what you started out planning to do. The decision to study something at university does not have to be the thing that you do for your whole life. You can absolutely say, I want to take a minute and I want to do something else. So you name the skills and the moves that the destination demands, and you can define the next 12 months as concrete steps. All you need to do basically is say, am I where I want to be? If you are where you want to be, that's also fantastic, right? Because what you would do is just continue to mark milestones in where you are. But if you aren't where you want to be in your career and you want to move, then it's to think about those pivots. Next slide, please. Okay, the next thing we're going to look at are the markets. Next slide. There are things, everyone might think that now that we're doing AI, it's the biggest disruption. But I want to just cast your mind back to a couple of other disruptions to help you understand that this isn't the only time that we've had disruptions in our world. In the 1700s, we had the agricultural move to the Industrial Revolution. People were going from farms to machines. So imagine waking up in the morning and all you have to do is use your hoe and your cutlass. And all of a sudden, people are going to factories. It must have felt like the world was ending. Like, what's going on? And then we move from factories to offices. So people that spend their whole time inside factories building this and building that are now actually just sitting out doing desk work. That's wild. Thank you. So that was another disruption. And then the internet. That's probably a disruption that some people in this room might remember. Going from nothing, like the phone in a box somewhere, to actual World Wide Web must have felt like, what is this? What is going on? So going from that to AI, I just wanted to contextualize these moves for you so that you understand that, yes, this is a big shift, and this is an important shift, but this has not been the only shift. Basically, what is the through line across these entire shifts? Tasks are getting automated, roles are getting reshaped, and the network keeps expanding into new categories. So the issue here is how to stay agile in any of these shifts, because the internet, the gap between the shift between internet and AI is just 13 years. So what happens in another 13 years? We don't know. But what we need to do is stay at the forefront, which is why I was so proud that many of you stood up today and said, I have used an AI tool today or this week. That is something that we need to make a regular occurrence. Not necessarily mastering or learning to make AI tools, but understanding how to use them, because that is the world we now live in. Next slide, please. So the numbers are here. We know that in this decade, we will have 78 million net new jobs created across the world. However, and when I say jobs, I don't mean individual jobs, I mean type of jobs. So like there will be a new, like the AI developer role, for example, is a new type of job, okay? But because the reason why it's net new is because there are 170 million roles that will be created and 92 million roles that will no longer be needed. That is scary. So what that means is that you need to spend a lot of time figuring out, okay, not necessarily thinking, am I one of the 92 million, but actually saying, what are those 170 million roles, and how can I make sure that at least 1 or 2 or 3, I know how to do them? 22% of today's jobs will be structurally transformed by 2030. We're already seeing those jobs being transformed because we're seeing that 30% of workers' core skills will also change by 2030. 63% of employers say that the skills gap is their number one barrier. So what I want us to do today is realize that the change is happening, and it's important that our mindset and our posture is really how we're going to ride this AI wave. Next slide, please. So like I'm saying, how to position yourself is to read the market. No matter what, jobs are growing, so it's about getting agile, asking where the roles are being created, and not panicking about what is being removed. Next, you need to bet on durable demand. So there are core, care, education, the green transition, skilled technical trades, and any role that's AI adjacent. Those are the roles that are forecast to grow. Then you need to reframe your own personal path. So like I said, the gap between what you studied and what you do is just range, and range is hard to automate. So if you're somebody who studied mass communication, but somehow you know how to use AI to do this and that, it is hard to automate your journey because you are not a regular human being. Do you understand? So it's important for you to figure out how to reframe your own personal non-linear path. Don't think of it as, oh, you're just jumping from here to here. Follow what is important to you, do your research, and follow the direction, not the panic. Then, choose the market you want to be standing in by 2028. It could be anything, and you can learn anything in 2 years. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's really important for you to understand that as ALX, for example, over 144,000 people have taken our programs, and they've transformed their whole lives. I spoke to this week teachers who became data analysts, and now they're working as automation experts in factories and industrial companies. They were teachers. They did not have those AI skills or those data skills. All they had was mathematics, and they have transformed their careers. If they can do it, you can do it. People have gone from zero knowledge about anything to do with technology to now becoming software engineers. If they can do it, you can do it. Next slide, please. I'm running out of time. Okay, the next thing is to work with the machine. Next slide. So here, AI is splitting work into 2 tracks. One of those tracks is the professionalized track. So that's what happens where AI does the routine stuff. So AI is doing the emails, AI is doing the calendar work, the agentic stuff, so that human judgment and expertise matters more. So what that means is that AI raises the value of your work. So for example, if you're a recruiter, you can actually use AI to comb through thousands of CVs that you normally would have to be looking at manually, right? You can do an algorithm, or you can do a script that allows AI to tell you, where are these keywords? How many years of experience? Where are they located? What is the gender? What is the this? All the different things that you're looking for in the role. You can pump it into a system, and then they can get the CVs that work. So that increases your ability to do your work. And then there's democratized, which means AI makes the work itself easier, so anybody can do it. So if anybody can do it, then why can't the AI do it? So those are the 2 different kinds. Next slide, please. So the truth here in both directions is that what you will find is that there's 40% higher productivity at most AI firms because you're doing more work. And the wage premium is now commanded by workers with AI skills, which is why all of you that stood up when I asked if you use AI are already in good standing. You're standing to earn a bit more. 62% is actually more than a bit more. AI exposed firms are also raising jobs and wages faster than the least expected. And then 2 times share of jobs ads are mentioning that AI has nearly doubled year on year. However, global recent graduate unemployment is high. It's at a decade high regards the pandemic, because we don't need as many people who are just out of school, which is why you need to also make sure that you're using AI a bit more. Okay, so 150,000 roles have been shared in AI leading sectors. The ladder's bottom step is exactly where AI is pressing harder, and AI-exposed junior roles now demand senior skills like leadership, which brings me to the core skills. Next slide. So the entry-level job hasn't vanished, it's been upgraded. So now what we need is because the routine part is just doing work over and over and over and over and over, and then you continue to do work until you get to a place where you're able to use your mind and decisions. So that routine part is what has been eroded. So what it requires of you is to now build out better skills. Next slide. So you need to ask yourself what track your path is on. I was going to say talk to your neighbor, but we haven't got that time. Is your current path being professionalized or democratized? Those are your questions. What is one thing that will move you forward? What judgment, taste, or trust do you bring that AI can't bring? Next slide. So, what are the ways you can work with the machine? Become visibly AI fluent this month. Climb towards judgment. So move away from doing tasks to making calls. Be the human, bring the human premium, the thing that the AI can never replicate. Your taste, your trust, your communication, your leadership, the things that employers are paying for. Bring that to work. Don't just come to work and just say, oh, I'm doing my work, and when I go. I'm just going to do the routine task, type this, approve this, do that. No, you need to bring the human premium and put your AI-assisted work where people can see it. So for example, if you have a CV, and you have actually things you've built using AI, please put links to that portfolio. That matters more than ever, and have your documentation. I gave a talk recently about how to build your tech career, and we said that for any role, you need a portfolio now. And it doesn't matter what role it is, whether it's customer support, as long as you've built something that somebody has used, you can share that and have that move your CV forward. Because people want to know that you're AI fluent and you are also techno fluent. Next slide, please. So the final thing I want to talk about are the skills. Next slide. 39% of core skills are changing. So one of the things we need to talk about are AI and big data. So AI is a big deal. It's a big deal here. It's less of a big deal here, but it's becoming a big deal as people realize that you can use AI to really transform the way you work, right? Networks is also a thing. Cybersecurity, technological literacy, so understanding what technology is. You can really not be too far away from it anymore. And then analytical thinking. Then, those are your technical skills, and those get you in the door. Now, the things that keep you and get you promoted, and AI helps make more valuable, creative thinking, resilience, flexibility, agility, curiosity and lifelong learning, leadership, and social influence. So many skills go stale in about 2 years. It depends. So, for example, with AI, we started off with learning to use ChatGPT and so forth. Now is Claude. Next is going to be working with these tools and building out agentic tools and so AI agents. So these things change every 2 years. What is a fundamental skill is the ability to keep learning, because that is the durable advantage. So if you wake up in 2 years and this is the new skill, you learn it and you continue to improve. You never stay stuck, you never stay static, you are always agile. Next slide, please. So how do you position yourself? Pair every technical skill you build with a human skill. So you can say you want to learn how to use AI and you want to learn how to do machine learning and you want to learn how to code. That's fantastic. Have you learned? Do you understand what it means to be a critical thinker? Do you understand what it means to be creative? Do you understand what it is to sell? Do you understand what it is to be an analytical person? These are the skills that are important. And then assume, like we already talked about, a 2-year shelf life. Treat learning as a continuous, not one-time qualification. So for example, if you haven't learned something major, and it doesn't mean that you have to go do a master's, then another master's, then another master's. No, it's really about, you can even teach yourself. Like, I'm not out here saying, oh, take a certification. You can actually teach yourself on YouTube. Like, I'm not saying that you need to go on into some kind of formal, structured learning. It depends on how you learn. Some people require that formality in order to push themselves and move forward, and you see the certification as proof of something you've done. Some other people are self-taught on YouTube, and they are progressing. So make sure that you treat learning as a continuous thing, not a one-time qualification. Schedule it like as if the way, you know how you have, well, for those who have glasses, you know that every year or two, you have to get a new prescription. It's the same way you should think about your learning. Pick a skill or a reputation and a body of work and stack on it for years. So we talk about stacking. Make sure that you've compounded one thing. So I'm not saying today you learn graphic design and then tomorrow you learn copywriting and then next tomorrow, I'm actually even talking about things that are similar. Okay, don't learn graphic design and then tomorrow go and learn mathematics. You bring it up again as something you want to do. Then you come back again and you say, you know what, I think I want to go back to biology. No. If you're going to do something, compound it. So you can pick a skill and continue to stack it for a few number of years so that you end up becoming proficient in that skill. So for example, you don't want to go and learn French and then turn around and learn Spanish and Portuguese. Then you'll be basic in all of them. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Learn French. Learn it to a point where you can have a decent conversation at work with somebody. Then pick up Portuguese or pick up something on the side. Learn also in public. This is one of the best ways to hold yourself accountable and also show people what you're up to. Share what you're building because visibility compounds faster than quiet competence. Okay, next slide, please. So finally, this is the entire session on one screen. If you want to take a photo, you need to know yourself and your destination. You need to read the market. You need to work with the machine, so you're not going to work against the machine. And then you need to build what lasts. So your strengths, your values, there's a vision, not a job title, and then you can map your path backwards from that. Read the market, follow where your work, the work that you want to do, follow where it's being recreated. Bet on durable demand and always position to be 2 years ahead. Then, be visibly AI fluent now. I'm so proud that we're already AI fluent. Climb towards judgment. Bring the human premium that AI cannot. And finally, build what lasts. Pair your technical skills with your human skills. Assume a 2-year shelf life. Compound one thing and learn in public. Next slide, please. Let's close our eyes. We're not praying. We're just going to have a nice little imagination exercise. Please close your eyes. Except the camera, guys. I'm sure you need to see. Okay. 3 years from now. So that is 2029. It's an ordinary Tuesday in 2029. Where are you? Are you still in Nigeria? Or have you japped? If you've japped, where have you japped to? If you're still in Nigeria, are you still in the same place you live? Where are you living now? What are you working on? What do you do for a living now? Whether you walked in here today unemployed, stuck, or pivoting, that's not where this story ends. You are in your real life in this imagination. Where are you? Look around in your mind. What are you doing right now? This is a time to manifest what you're doing. What are you working on? What have you become? How do you carry yourself now compared to the person sitting in this chair this morning? What are you known for? So there's one thing that people are coming to you for in this imagination now. What is that thing that they're coming to you for? What is that thing that only you can answer? All right. You can open your eyes. That person that you imagined is very real. They are just not built yet. They are in the future. So I want you to take out your phone or whatever you're using to write and write the first thing you're going to do to move forward towards that person. Because that person is real. If you're leaving the country, that dream is real. People have dreamt that dream before you. People will continue to dream that dream after you. If you're doing a particular job or moving towards something, I pray for the resilience and the strength that you need to get there. But it's very possible, and I believe in you. Okay? I told you this talk was about positioning for a job market. I think that it's important for you to remember that there is so much that's possible. There's so much that's ahead. There's so much that you can do. And the biggest disservice that you do to yourself is to not do anything and to allow things just happen to you. So if something happens at work, you just let it happen, and you all of a sudden you're out of a job because you're not AI fluent, because you didn't roll with the tide and understand how to be agile. I think that if you have a question, one of the most important questions you could have is, where do I start from? You don't need the whole map. You just need this one thing that you're going to do to move forward. I am very sure and confident that if I come here in a year or in 2 years, people would have moved forward simply because you have built the resilience and the things that you need to move that needle forward. And it's important that you understand how to know yourself, read the market, work with the machine, build the skills, and build that one thing that outlives the moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a question and answer question. If you have any questions for our speaker, there are microphones around, so you can just raise your hand. Anyone?
Good morning, and thank you for your lecture. I just have a question. You mentioned that 9% of workers' core skills will change by 2030. And it just got me thinking, what are these skills, these core skills that are liable to be changed by 2030?
That's a good question. So it really depends, obviously based on changing market needs. It depends on changing market needs, but some of the things that haven't been as useful compared to now are things like graphic design, for example. Why? Because there are AI tools that build those things a lot quicker. Do you understand? So what you need to think about, it's easy to map out. What are those things that AI is currently making redundant? And how do I make sure that even if I had those skills before, I can learn how to utilize AI to work with those things so that I am not made redundant. Do you understand? Because, for example, graphic design, animation, even audio production in some cases, the core granular skills are no longer as useful because you can use AI in minutes to utilize them. Do you understand? So people that are painstakingly drawing things on those tools like Adobe and even Dreamweaver are not as useful because you can actually just get an AI, tell it a few things, and immediately it builds those things for you. So those are those kind of skills. So those, I've given you some examples, but it's easy for you to then map out how to use them. But for example, a skill that probably will not be going anywhere, even though it looks like it could, is creative writing. Because a lot of people are using AI to write a lot of things, but you can already tell. You can almost always tell when it's AI that's writing. So that means that creative writing is still a protected skill. Do you understand? Because people are going to appreciate, now more than ever, original writing. Okay?
All right, good morning.
Morning.
So you mentioned something about learning skills, AI skills, and all of that, and not requiring a certification. But looking at the current market, how do you now show people that you have these skills if there's no certification to back it up?
Yeah.
I know you mentioned something about a portfolio, but not everything can be, you cannot translate everything into a portfolio. I don't know how to explain. Let's use my field, for instance. I'm an engineer. There are some softwares that we can learn, Aspen-HYSYS, AutoCAD, and MATLAB. It's going to be ridiculous if I have a portfolio for all these softwares.
And not have the certification.
Yes, and not have a certification. So in that, like, are we still saying these certifications are still very, very vital?
Okay, so what I was trying to say there was there are people who think that you just literally get all the certifications for everything, and that should automatically translate into people giving you roles. Now, for your field, if AutoCAD and all of those certifications are required, then that's a different conversation. So, for example, people who work in finance, I will never tell them to not get a CFA because you need a CFA. It is a qualification that you need to be able to evidence that you can do certain things. So for those fields, yes. But I'm talking about certifications that may or may not be as useful as a portfolio. Do you understand? So for example, and also the reason why I mention that is because there are people, for example, who are software engineers who are completely self-taught, right? They don't have a certification anywhere, but they can build the things that people want them to build. At that point, would it be wise for me to tell them to go back and go and get a certification just to prove something? No. If you have a portfolio and you pass the tests, for example, because for those kind of roles, you have technical tests. If you pass those tests, do you still need to get a certification? No. Do you get what I mean? Thank you for the clarification.
Good morning, and thank you so much for a very insightful keynote. A significant majority of the Nigerian workforce is in the informal and vocational sector. It would be interesting to understand what risks they face and what advice you have for them, because I believe they can also probably still leverage or still get the advantage in this race. So it would be great to just see your insights there. Thank you.
Okay. The informal sector is something that is very fascinating to me because people are able to utilize the skills that they have to build out income without as much structure. The reason why that might be a bit risky is because over time, as their industries or different industries start to get more structure, what will happen is that they might get eroded. So the only defense against that, I would say, would be structure, some kind of structure. So I'm open. What I have encouraged and what we're working on is a world where you don't necessarily have to bring structure from the formal sector and impose it on the informal sector, but actually working with the informal sector to say, hey, these are the things that work for me. This is how I manage my books. This is how I do this. This is how I do that. I'm building whatever kind of rails are useful for them. And that's something that some businesses have been able to do very well. And that's why they've been able to make big inroads in working with the informal sector. So for anybody who wants to work with the informal sector, it will be to be first to work with them, to see what works for them and how they are coping. And in ways, so that you can make them more resilient, you need to kind of see what's working for them and what's not working. So you can try to build out as much structure as they can allow. And then of course, so that's like a mid-term solution. The short-term solution will be to actually just speak to them and understand how they navigate different things. And then in terms of the long term, of course, upskilling is never a bad idea in terms of moving forward. Thank you.
All right. So I'm not really sure of this. So I use Claude, right? And every time I use Claude, I'm getting very afraid of the fact that entry-level jobs are going into extinction. And it worries me a lot. Little wonder I think we see that if you speak with 10 average, I mean, 10 people that are supposed to be like entry-level workers, about 60% of them are content creators. They all do content creation now, and we have a lot of uprising from that, you know. So the question is, at a granular level, right, what are like the top 5 skills that you think people aiming for entry-level jobs should start to get? I mean, AI is generic. Do you understand? I mean, if they have to target like core skills that get them into the door, from your own experience, what would be like top 5, or at least 5? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a valid concern. It's something I also mentioned here in the keynote. The first thing I would say, in line with what you said, is still prompt engineering. learning how to prompt adequately, it's something that will give you an edge over people who don't know how to use AI at all. So if we boil down everything, not necessarily saying use this tool or use that tool, prompt engineering and understanding really how to navigate AI and manipulate it to do exactly what you need to do would be a good thing. The second thing would be critical thinking, because at the end of the day, you still need to process whatever request it is that you are churning out, whether you're using AI or you're not using AI. So critical thinking is something that there is a big gap of, which is part of what leads to uprisings here and there. So critical thinking is another thing. Self-leadership will be the third thing for me. Self-leadership is important because then you're able to kind of articulate yourself and know where you're going, irrespective of any job. So if you're able to get the one job, you're able to figure out, okay, this is the job I'm doing now, but this is the path I'm heading on, and these are the things that I need to do, and the places that I potentially need to work on to get there. And then the fourth thing, I think, will still be communication, because a lot of people are not necessarily able to communicate how they are thinking and how they are feeling, which ends up putting them at a disservice, right? Because then they're not able to communicate to their coworkers, they're not able to communicate to their bosses, and that puts them in a bit of a bad place. The final thing I would say would still be something around quantitative reasoning, because we're getting to a place whether quantitative reasoning or selling, because we're getting to a place where that is an indefensible skill if you're able to reason quantitatively or if you're able to sell. I don't think you can ever be at a disservice if you're able to sell something, because whether you move on into business development or you end up as an entrepreneur because you haven't found a job, you end up deciding to build something, you're still going to need to sell it. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. I had a question about what you said, the example you gave of teachers learning to be data analysts. And I think it's a bit of a concern, because I understand it's to earn more income and all of that, but even in the education sector, there is a need for adapting some of these tools to help in teaching and training the new people. And I know in the West, there are a lot of laws coming out now to try and also stay the hand of how much AI is going into the school sector, because it's stopping the critical thinking that you're talking about, and having the teachers even know how to tell when students, like a lot of universities are blocking those sort of things because they're having students produce papers that, like you said, you can tell AI wrote it, and having all those sort of things. So is there anything also being thought about in place for education, for training, even the teachers who want to stay as teachers, professors and things like that within, I'll say Africa, I won't even just say just Nigeria, to make sure that these sort of thoughts are being made, and even within the sector of policy, is there thoughts being made as AI is becoming more and more prevalent as well, for us to start catching up with the West in making all these regulations and laws to protect ourselves and our children, just to ensure that the exposure is sort of controlled, and making sure that they are developing the skills of critical thinking, communication, all those sort of things, self-leadership in themselves, and not just automatically wanting to go straight to AI to ask their questions and churn out an answer?
That's a good question, and I think a good observation in general. How we're thinking about it over at ALX, for example, is that we're very careful to not stop people from using AI. We're taking the less conventional route in the sense that we know that people are going to try to use AI. So we want to actually enable them to be AI fluent and say, how did you use this thing? What did you use it to do? How do we make you more techno-fluent? How do we make you understand how to use these prompts better? How do we even get you, for example, to move from just being a consumer, as it were, of AI to actually be somebody that builds an AI tool or an AI agent? Because if you're able to use AI to do all of those things, then why don't you just take it one step further and build out a tool or build out an agent that takes you forward? AI is not something that should be feared or worried about. It's something that should be harnessed. And what I think that anyone could do better is really try to think about what the aim is at the end of the day. Yes, you want them to deliver those papers. Yes, you want people to be thinking and all of that, but what are the other ways that you can kind of gauge that thinking? So for example, for some people, for some universities, they tell you, yes, you can use AI, but you also need to almost do like documentation on the side to say, this was my own thinking, and this is what I asked AI to enhance. So that we even know that you have some thinking in the first place, because there are some people, and those guys don't do very well at jobs, by the way. I've done quite a bit of hiring, and that's what we faced. If you have an assignment, for example, they just put the whole assignment in AI and brings out something. That's not going to get you anywhere. But if you're able to say, this is how I'm thinking about this, and this is what I want AI to do. I want AI to help with the presentation. I want AI to help with the structure. That's going to be a different kind of use for AI. So I think it's up to us to also figure out, like, what is our aim? What are we trying to utilize? But over at ALX, we're very careful to make sure that we are interrogating what people are using AI for, and we're enabling them to use AI better.
Good morning.
Hello.
So my question is about the combination of technical AI skills and human skills. So I wanted to ask, like, obviously there's a lot of controversy around the use of AI to like produce works and all of that thing. So how does one navigate those controversies and those like copyrights while still remaining AI fluent and using it for their work?
I think so. That was something I was talking about earlier when we were talking about original thinking. It's important to have an original thought, an original storyline, and so forth before you move forward with AI. So like I was saying earlier, AI can always help with structure, or AI should always help with organizing your thoughts. But in terms of actually coming up with those thoughts, it's not going to be generic. It's not going to be, it's not going to be original, it's going to be generic. And it's always very obvious. Like, I don't know whether, I thought it was only me that used to be able to spot when something is clearly 100% AI. And it's really obvious and it never stands. So while you can have a copyright on something that's a mix, I think the law is still catching up on what that means, whether the AI itself has copyrights or whether you have the copyrights as somebody who still created it, whether you had AI as a tool. Because if you use AI, for example, if you call AI a tool the way you would use Microsoft Word, for example, it's not necessarily that it helped create as well. So where do you stand? Not sure where the law is on that yet, but as a person, it's important to have original thinking because it will first of all stand you apart. People that are writing or tweeting, for example, and they are not using AI, it is very obvious and their tweets travel further than someone who's just using AI to regurgitate things for engagement. So I think that's something to just be mindful of.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
You talked about picking one skill and compounding on it, stacking on it. What would be your advice to someone that has two different things they're interested in? How would they go about choosing the right one for them?
Is that you? What two different things are you interested? Follow-up question.
Project management and data analysis.
They are very, very close. They are best friends. You can stack both of them at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to our next session, which is the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, everybody.
So I'd like to introduce our panelists. Oh, yes. Yeah, so on behalf of GLA, we'd like to say thank you for coming. Thank you. So, we'll just take a photograph. Thank you. Thank you for having us. So yes, so off to our panel discussion, and the title will be Navigating the Shift, Insights from Industry Leaders, Leaders from Tech, Finance, and Manufacturing. That's the topic that we'll be discussing, and I'll be introducing our guests one after the other. Our first guest is Kayode Odetola. Kayode has over 20 years of work experience in retail distribution, As a transformative leader with a strong background in strategic planning, partnerships, customer experience, and business operations, he has a passion for helping individuals make better financial decisions based on basic understanding of their finances. Coyote started out his career at Asset and Resort Management Co. Limited, ARM. Then he transitioned into insurance, working as the head of retail and distribution at ARM Life, which is now Tangerine Life. He holds an honors degree in urban planning and regional planning from Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife and an MBA from National Open University. He is also an alumnus of Management Program MAP at the Wits Business School, Johannesburg, and an associate of Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria. Our next panelist is Sinari Daranijo. Mr. Daranijo is also known as the Enterprise Sage, a Nigerian multi-preneur impact investor and CEO of Sinobu Group, a diversified conglomerate spanning security technology, telecommunications, manufacturing, emergency response infrastructure, and export consultancy. He serves on the board of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and has held advisory roles with the federal government of Nigeria. Through the Oakfield Foundation and the Focus Africa platform, he extends his work with youth development and Pan-African enterprise development. He is an author of the book, Unlocking the Genius with You, and he graciously brought some copies with us for us to be with here. As a board member and as a board level strategist and enterprise architect, SBD equips the next generation of business leaders to build structures that serve communities and carry weight beyond the season of their founding. Next, we have Ayomide Jones, an in-house favorite, also a pastor here. Ayomide Federer Jones is a digital infrastructure strategist, storyteller, and a passionate advocate for Africa's place in global economy. As the head of business development for West Africa at Equinix, she works at the intersection of technology, interconnectivity, and transformation, helping build the digital backbone that powers Africa's cloud and AI-driven future. She's a pastor at Guiding Light Assembly, an anchor of The Gathering, a sacred safe space for vulnerable, deep koinonia with God. Ayomide carries the conviction that who we become is far greater than what we can achieve. She's a devoted wife, a loving mother of 2 boys, an endurance runner, a weightlifter, an amateur tennis player, and a proud plant mom. Next, we have Mrs. Dorothy Tunde Ajala. Dorothy Tunde Ajala is a seasoned HR leader with over 20 years of experience, currently serving as the Chief Human Resource Officer at Emerging Markets Telecommunications Services, T2 Mobile, formerly 9 Mobile. Prior to that, she was the Chief Talent and Strategy Officer at Accelerate Leadership Limited and an associate coach with Randstad RiseSmart and a global outplacement company. She has served as a HR Director, Anglophone West Africa, at Schneider Electric, Group General Manager at Pan-African International Group, Country Head of Human Resources at Siemens, HR Manager and Business Partner at MTN. She is the founder of Accelerate Career Hub, a social impact platform that connects job seekers with career opportunities with the aim of advancing United Nations SDG goals. Dorothy holds a BSc in Sociology from University of Lagos. She's a global practitioner in HR. She's a certified John Maxwell coach, a trainer, and certified with the International Coaching Federation. Dorothy received several recognitions for her impact in the HR field and continues to contribute to the advancement of Nigeria. Next, we have Mr. Camille Olufobi. Camille Olufobi is a global strategist and the founder of Most Influential People of African Descent, MIPAD, a global recognition network and platform working in support of the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. He holds a master's degree in global affairs from Rutgers, the University of New Jersey, USA, with concentrations in economics, international relations, and international law. He is a global connectologist. Camille is committed to helping people discover their purpose and calling, build meaningful connections, and use their gifts to create lasting impact in their communities and the world. And then we'll have Mr. Chinaza Onuzo. Chinaza Onuzo is also known as Naz, a prominent Nigerian filmmaker and the CEO of Inkblot Studios, a leading Nigerian film and TV production company which has produced several commercially successful and crucially acclaimed films that has grossed over 2 billion naira at the Nigerian box office and has showcased on global streaming platforms in and across the world. As a filmmaker, Chinaza has also worked on many projects over the years, including creating Nigeria's first Netflix original young adult show, Far From Home, which debuted in December 2022 to critical and commercial acclaim. Chinaza works often addresses themes such as gender, class, and equality, whilst presenting an aspirational vision of Nigeria and Africa to the world. And for our moderator today, we have Mrs. Joke Agbenike. Ms. Joke Agbenike is a highly accomplished strategy, business, transformation, and energy infrastructure professional with over 19 years of experience in this field across Africa's oil, gas, and power sectors. She held a senior role and advisory role, including head of pipeline at TLS Logistics, head of corporate planning, strategic, and performance management at Ikeja Electric. Beyond her corporate and advisory roles, Joke is a seasoned facilitator, trainer, and executive coach with over a decade of experience designing and delivering high-impact leadership, strategy, and technical training programs for executives and mid-career professionals. Joke holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, an MBA from China Europe International Business School. She's an alumnus of London Business School Accelerated Development Program and also holds Advanced Diploma in Business Analytics. She's a proud member of Women in Energy Network and a deeply committed person to mentoring, developing the next generation of female leaders in the energy sector. Thank you, everyone, and welcome our panelists.
All right, thank you so much to our host. After Ruby's speech, I'm wondering all these certificates and all the things he said, you have a bachelor's, master's, this. I mean, are they still relevant? What do we think? Are they? Okay, all right. So the different uprisings are not part of what we're doing here today. All right, thank you so much. So I think Ruby said a lot for those who were here for the keynote speech, and she said a lot about how work has changed and how now it's not really when they ask you, what do you want to be? It's not, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer. It's really about what problems are you going to solve and what skills do you need to build. So we have to be intentional about those skills that we need to build. So today we have, it's fantastic, distinguished leaders. We have somebody from finance, human capital, technology, entrepreneurship, international advocacy, and of course the creative industries. So some of them have gone up the ladder with companies they work for, while some of them have actually built their own tables. So they have created those businesses. Some have worked in global organizations, and some are local. But at the end of the day, we are hoping that they can be brutally honest with us. They can tell us about the shifts and the pivots they've had to do in their career. And then, so please, let's just welcome them once again. Okay, great. So I think we'll start with the money man. I think money is critical, right? So let's go straight to Kayode. So Kayode, you head of retail, so in one of Nigeria's foremost financial institutions. I mean, I know over the couple of years, there's been a lot in terms of portfolio increase, rebranding. So we're very, keen to hear from you. But I'm sure you didn't start from there. At least, we read your bio, so we know your journey has been an interesting one. So if you could just take us back a little bit to your early career, what did you want to do when you thought about yourself and thought about the future? And then, what was the first major shift that happened in your career? So we would really like to hear you tell us about that.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Once again, good morning. Is it afternoon yet? Good morning, everyone. Very interesting question. So Ruby had, set the tone right, and I can't take anything away from what she said. And I think what we're going to be doing is basically building on all of the things that she's mentioned. But I would say my own story personally in the way that encourages anyone who's out there. So I often refer to myself as an accidental financial planner. So I didn't set out to do financial planning. In fact, when I was in Ife, we had a lecturer who came in part 3, and he said to us that if you could score a C in his course, 2 courses, you could literally drop your pens and go and start working at a town planning authority. And I thought that was not me. But you know what? I scored 2 Ds. And those were the only 2 Ds I had in university. It actually pained me, but it triggered something. So I knew straight away that I was not going to practice urban and regional planning. So the question was, what am I going to do? And I started to read. I started to read things like Time magazines in those days. Then we didn't have the internet. Internet was just about, I think it just started. So we'll go and buy tokens, 10 minutes for maybe, I don't know how much again. You would have your floppy disks. You would download those pages in those floppy disks and take it back into your room. So I was reading everything from finance to public speaking to education. I was just trying to see what I would be interested in. Unfortunately for me, my grades after those 2 Ds got better because I wasn't reading my books typically and getting results. I was using the other things I was reading to buttress, the way I basically answered my questions. I left school in July 2002, and by September 2002, I started work at ARM. And most people will say, oh, but you haven't gone to serve. Yes, we had an 18 months, delay at that time. So I had an 18-month start. When I got in, I said to myself, I don't know what I want to do, but I'm going to take everything in. Whatever it is that I have to do, I will make sure I learn as much as possible. I was given 2 books to read in 6 months and summarize those books in PowerPoint 24 years ago, right? And I did just that. By the time I was about to go and serve, I had a unique opportunity of going with the then CEO, the GLA, for a presentation at GT Bank. At that time, GT Bank was, as usual, blazing the trail, and they were thinking about insurance. And the thought around bank assurance came up. but they needed somebody who understood the dynamics to explain to them. And so Ali had to go do the presentation. And I was given the privilege to change his slides. So I was in a room full of execs, Shegwang Baje and the rest of them, and Deji was there. And you know, imagine your CEO being whipped and asked so many questions. And I'm like, oh, this is somebody we look up to. And these guys still have 1,000,001 questions. I told myself I was going to find out about insurance. So I did asset management for 14 years. When I thought I had known everything I needed to know, I went to the CEO and said to them, I need a new challenge. Thankfully, we had just bought an insurance company, and that's how I've pivoted into insurance. And for the next 10 years, I was doing everything from micro insurance to group insurance, group life insurance, down to insurtech. And then very recently, I said to myself, I think I've almost come full circle. There are two other areas that I haven't been exposed to: trust and legacy planning and securities. And that's what I'm doing right now.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kayode. So it was moving from asset management, seeing that there's a gap and choosing to fill that, and then moving into insurance. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, so I'm going to come to Dorothy now. I know you've worked in, you've done HR transformation in technology, telecoms, energy, business services. So was HR always the plan for you when you were, going through school? Take us back and let us know what did you learn in the early years that is still serving you now? And was HR always the plan?
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting question. No, HR was not always the plan. The fact is that I didn't know what the plan was at that time, because the world has changed basically. When we were in school, if you were not going to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, nobody really looked at you. And unlike now, where there are guidance counselors in schools to basically support you to self-reflect and decide what you want to become. So there was nothing like that. So what we all knew and what I knew was that I wanted to go to school. And then when I did my JAM, I said, okay, mass communication is really good. Let me go and study mass communication. I missed the cutoff mark, and the next thing to do was sociology. I finished sociology, interestingly. There was no job, so I set up a small business, a hair salon, braiding salon, more like it. And then a friend called me and said, Bill Clinton is coming into town. Let's go and do ushering. I was looking for a job. And of course, any opportunity to make money. So we were all taken to Abuja, did the ushering job. And there, I reconnected with an old senior auntie who owns Restore Consulting. Her name is Igwe. She's quite popular in the business services world. And then she said, what are you doing right now? I said, I'm looking for a job. Okay, so she says, come to my office, come and take a test. And if you pass the test, you become, we would hire you. So they hired me as a database administrator. And then I showed interest in people management. So my first cut at people management, aka human resources, was at her firm. And I absolutely loved it because I've always enjoyed working with people. Now, and that's the journey. So no, I didn't wake up one day and say, hey, I'm going to be a CHRO, I'm going to lead transformations and all of that. Right. The truth is...
Interesting thing. Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah. So, but you started off with saying you didn't have a plan.
Yes.
And I know that, during our keynote speech, there was a clear mandate, I would say, in terms of where you are and where you want to be.
Yes.
So how do people really navigate that not having a plan?
Okay. So, just like I said, unlike before, now, there are so many platforms available, and I kind of like, I facilitate one of those platforms where young people can actually be led to get a plan. Because these days, you can't just keep waking up and not thinking of the future. The reason why there was no plan in those days was because of the kind of environment we were living in. Now, AI is such, the world has become so global that you have access to information, you have access to knowledge. In fact, there is a what I would say is a proliferation of knowledge. Knowledge is so much available out there for free. A lot. You can actually basically almost get an MBA, in quotes, MBA curriculum for free online, YouTube. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no. So I just wanted to
Yes.
rehash that. So perhaps over 2 decades ago, it might have been okay, not to have a plan, but I think we're clear now that there has to be
a plan.
All
you
right.
must have a plan.
Thank you so much. I'm going to quickly go on to Ayomide now. So, Ayomide, you're in tech. So, was it a straight path for you? Did you pivot? And, what kind of advice will you have for people who may be intimidated by the tech space?
Okay. Okay, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. If I look back, I remember my dad wanted to study medicine. He was a doctor. He is a doctor. And it will make me follow him to work. And I will close my eyes as we go down the corridors because I didn't want to see any plaster. I didn't want to see any blood. And I was telling myself, I love my father, but I'm not going to do medicine. And in secondary school, I was doing well in economics. So I said I would do economics. I could get 90%, 100. I think my highest was 96%. But then I went to the UK. I had done science courses. And I discovered that I really liked maths and physics. I was doing so well in physics, I couldn't understand it. So my tutor, honestly, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just didn't know what to do medicine. And my tutor said, you're really good in physics. Why don't you do engineering? And when I applied, I got telecommunications engineering. So I went and did the course. I finished with first class honors. And then I got a job. I applied for one job. They said, write 4,000 words. I wrote 4,000 characters. And I got in. I was the only black female engineer employed. But I was very ignorant. And I didn't know this. So I went for a meeting. We were encouraged to network. In fact, we spent half of our time networking and reporting on what networking was. And I got the opportunity to meet the head of engineering for the whole company. And he was a Nigerian. He was CBE. And he asked me, what do you want to do? I said, I want to work in telecoms. I'm a first-class student. And he asked me about who the founder of Econet was. I had no clue. And I was so embarrassed. I wanted to enter the ground. And he said to me, Ayomide, you know what? Unfamiliarity is not good enough. If you want to work in any industry, you need to know the leaders. You need to know the language of the industry. And you need to know the economics. You need to know how they make money, naira and kobo. Otherwise, you are lying to yourself. And that really just changed my mindset. And so I did this grad scheme for 2 years. And when I finished, I ended up in a career from the same industry I knew nothing about, because my first industry was in transport, and I moved into telecoms. What helped me was familiarity. So the door that intimidation would have closed, familiarity opened it. And I moved back to Nigeria. I had a stint at entrepreneurship. I ran a logistics company with my now husband. And when I did that, I did construction. I turned a hotel with a pool into an office. And then when CBN introduced the mandate for banks to be in tier 3 data centers, I ran projects for a lot of banks for them to move into facilities. So I did project management after working in construction. And when I was done with that, I did vendor management, and I did product management. I introduced internet exchanges to West African countries to help them get Google and Facebook faster. And after that, I get bored a lot. So I pivoted again. And I moved into business development. I've done all of this in less than 15 years. I've had about 7 pivots. And with every pivot, I've had serious imposter syndrome. I went to see an old manager in his office in London, Meta, and I said, Ego, there's so many intelligent people here. How do you guys not get intimidated? I said, everybody here is wearing imposter syndrome on their head. The difference is when you feel imposter syndrome, it's really you stretching. Just know that you are being stretched. So be happy about imposter syndrome. And anything that feels like intimidation is just unfamiliarity that is wearing a costume. And the only way to get that costume out is to get familiar. And maybe in my day, I could say I didn't really, we had internet, right? But I didn't know what to dive into. But you have AI tools. It's your research assistant. Tell AI everything you love, everything you're good at, and then ask it, what should I do? Or what should I start studying for now? And it changes the dynamics. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. All right. I think I'm wondering, because you've mentioned about 7 different pivots. So we'll hear from our serial entrepreneur about, when it comes to building businesses across multiple sectors. And for some people here, they are clear they don't want to work for anybody. They want to do their own thing and be entrepreneurs. So what would you say to them? And how should they handle their first major setback? Because that's almost guaranteed, right?
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. First, one of the few things I tell people when they talk about entrepreneurship is that it's not for babies. For me, I practically had this mindset of 0 to cash, where I was in a country where there was no startup capital. There's nowhere to go and do a presentation and anybody will give you free money. So first things first, you needed to be a problem solver or a solution provider. So when I hear the word multipreneurship these days, they don't understand. It was based on the activities that were happening continuously. So I was latching on to solving problems. When I saw a gap, I just went in and said, okay, let's solve this gap. So people think entrepreneurs are fearless, but it takes a lot of faith to be an entrepreneur in a country with no structure. I mean, things are much better now. You guys have all the tools. You have, you can ask technology all the questions. Imagine you had to dive into the deep blue sea, shark-infested water, and still come out at the other end. It's an experience that's, So talking about failure. Failure is part of your DNA as an entrepreneur. You are not supposed to run away. Failure is supposed to build you. It's supposed to push you forward. So you must see the end from the beginning. Your creativity, your innovation, the way you think, you must always be a positive thinker. Failure can never deter you. It can only make you a better person. I mean, I've had massive drops in business. When I say massive, massive. I delved into producing an application, a chat application, when BlackBerry was dominating, and only barely 10% of the economy could afford a BlackBerry phone. So I looked at all the normal, what do you call those phones? We had a nickname for them. All those cheap Nokia 33 phones. I thought, what could we do to actually let these people be able to chat as well for nothing? I mean, for 1 fee a month. Then a text message was as much as 15 naira. One text. Who was in that? Who knew about that? 15 naira, hello. So you can imagine how crazy it was then. So we created this platform, signed up with all the networks, hooked up to a rack center in the UK, and was paying $10,000 a month. Then I actually sold a property. Those days, I mean, I could have thought of inviting 10 other people, but no one would understand what I'm trying to do. All I saw is that on day 1, if that platform comes on, and there were, There were like 20 million people on MTN. If the 20 million of them gave me 50 naira, all my money will come back. So for me as an entrepreneur, my focus was at the end of it. Guess what happened? A few months down the line, some Chinese guys just came into Nigeria, touting all over. So they actually came to look for me because they had told them that there was someone who was doing this. These guys, they were people that brought in techno. Trust me, they had digital phones that were 3,000 naira. They just killed my project. They were selling phones for 6,000 that could video call, that could do stuff. So my project just couldn't work again because the reason why I did that was to take people from manual into digital so that they could actually operate. At that time, I probably lost about 200 million naira. So I sat down and I thought, wow, yeah, so what next? So when you hear multipreneurship, it's fire. When fire touches you somewhere, you hit and say, yeah, where's the next place to go to? So there are loads, and I've probably been through like 10, 20 different entrepreneurship pushes. And it's really, the truth is, to be an entrepreneur, you must be ready, especially in an environment like this. So failure is not a deterrent. It's just paying school fees. You have to pay school fees now. You have to learn.
Thank you. That's fantastic. So for the budding entrepreneurs in the audience, failure is just the school fees that you may just have to pay. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so we've had the multi-entrepreneur. Now we'll come to Chinaza, because you are in the creative space, right? And I mean, did you think when you were in school that, okay, this is what I want to do? I know I'm a creative and this is what I want to do. Or did you just happen to find yourself there? Just tell us a little bit about your journey.
Okay. I think being in creative space is very fascinating, and it will help you know where my journey started. So both my parents are doctors. And so once I got over there, I wanted to be an astronaut and all of that stuff at 5 years old. I always wanted to be a doctor. I was 10 years old, 8 years old. I wanted to be a doctor. And then I was in science class, SS1 as usual. And then I had a free period because a teacher was missing. And my chemistry teacher said that I should take economics rather than have a free period. I was like, what do you mean? We worked hard for that free period, but I took economics. And then I couldn't draw, so I decided to do literature instead of geography. So I was a random science student that did literature and geography. So after that, I went to do my A-levels, 3 sciences and math. And my plan was to go to Imperial College London. I had my offers, and I literally was about 16, 17, about to enter the #1 medical school in Europe. But I was like, am I sure I wanted to do this? And credit to my mother, she was like, okay, we're not sure what you want to do, even though you say you want to be a doctor. My mom is a doctor, but she does not believe people should be doctors unless they want to be doctors. So you would go to the interviews and I'll meet all these other kids and they'll be like, oh my God, I've been dreaming of being a doctor since I could walk, I can't wait. And me, I'll just shrug when they ask me. But obviously the interview, so you know how to lie small and tell them that you have dreamed it. So basically, I was like, okay, I went to America. And I went to America as pre-med. So the thinking was, okay, take a bit more time to become a doctor, right? So do 2 years pre-med whilst you do whatever your degree is. And my initial thing is, okay, fine, I'll do biomedical engineering, et cetera, I ended up doing economics and English. So the 2 things that were the random things that I was doing became my degrees. So I got a Bachelor of Science in Economics and a Bachelor of Arts in English. My joke was that you get buy one, get one free. In Nigeria, you can't go to an American university and you can get 1 degree for free and you just live there like that. So I then, in 2003, could not get a job. The heat of a small American recession. And if you know anything about how you get hired in the US, as a foreigner, they give you something called an H-1B. So you can only get a job, technically, if there's no American that can fill the position. And in boom times, you can always get work. But I had interviews, Goldman Sachs, McKinsey, Bain, I couldn't get a job. And then I moved back to England to do a master's. And when I did that, I was also restless. So then I moved back to Nigeria in 2006, and then I started my finance career. So I basically was in a private equity firm, 2006, it was great. One of the first things that they had me do was help them. There was an investment they had made, which was for the really, really old people, New Metro. New Metro was one of the first cinema chains in Nigeria, and they owned a company called CDT that made video CDs and DVDs. And obviously the primary supplier they were to was Nollywood, basically. So the Nigerian Nollywood boom had just moved from video cassette to VCD in like 2003, 2004. And so I basically then found out about how Nollywood was made. So that was like my first introduction into what Nollywood was as a business. So obviously when you're a kid growing up, you watch Nollywood, etc. So like every Nigerian, you watch Nollywood, you watch Hollywood, you watch Korean films. So you have a very eclectic thing and you think, oh, I can watch it, you don't think about making it. But by my exposure to the actual filmmakers, I realized how you could actually make stuff. And so, of course, I also did my private equity. And then in 2010, 2011, I was like, we need something to do that is not work. Because in Nigeria, work starts to consume your entire life. So we decided to do something on the side. A bunch of us, there were 4 of us, that said, let's make movies. People in your 20s, I love it because you're so optimistic, right? There's no reason that 4 of us should wake up and say we want to make movies. What do we know? But that's what we did. And we did it on the side. It wasn't like, oh, we wanted to become super, super rich. But what we decided to do was that we were going to do something that was going to be an institution. That it wasn't going to be Chinaza Productions or Zulu Productions, that it was going to be a company. And so we sat down and were thinking of a name. And we basically came up with the name Inkblot, which means basically about the messiness of creation. That it's not going to be perfect, but you're going to do it. And so we basically didn't do anything for 3 years. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Encourage me. Thank you. Yes. So we didn't do anything for 3 years. Then we made our first web series called Knock Knock. It was not great, but we made it. I remember we got Bella Naija to distribute it because it was also on YouTube. And one of the comments was that the writer should be shot. This is so bad. That's literally how well it was going. And then we decided, okay, you know what? Let's make films. So we decided to make films. Our first film was a thriller called The Department. It's on YouTube. If you have 2 hours to kill, knock yourself out. It's not that great. Our second film was Out of Luck, which we thought was better, and it was coming out in December, and the cinemas didn't want to play it, etc., etc. And we said, you know what, we're done. And then it got licensed to Iroko, and the comments were amazing. People were like, oh my God, this is the movie we have been waiting for, yada, yada, yada. And then we said, okay, fine, we'll do it one last time. But this time, we're not going to make 1, we're going to make 2. How that makes sense, I'm not sure, but it made sense to us. And the 2 films we made were The Wedding Party and The Arbitration. And so that literally then became a whole different thing, right? Okay. So we ended up making the biggest film of all time, and then what became a side project literally then consumed my life.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So, I mean, that's an interesting journey. For almost medicine, not to medicine, to this, to a side hustle, and then it becoming what it is. I mean, a lot of us know what Inkblot stands for, in the space that we're in. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I'm going to quickly go to Camille now. Camille is in social impact and international development, or we'll say advocacy. So what does a career in that space actually look like? Is it just NGOs, United Nations jobs? But what other pathways are there for people, that may be interested in this industry?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Camille, and I'm considered a global strategist. And before coming into the current role I am in now, I spent over 15 years in the corporate world. So I've actually been privileged to have been in the private sector, in the public sector, and also in governments. So I've had that experience. So before the current role, I've had the privilege to work internationally in the corporate sector, spent about 15 years, worked in corporate America, worked in corporate England, worked in corporate Germany, worked in corporate Singapore. I went to college in Singapore, and of course, worked in Nigeria in the corporate world. What that has done for my journey, it has informed my journey to where I am today. And in very quick 5 steps, I'm going to share with you what I learned in my corporate journey that informed where I am today. So let's start very quickly. So corporate America, working in corporate America, the one thing I learned that I hope will help you in your career journey is the people who get promoted, upward mobility, is dependent on you talking about what you're doing. So in other words, the people who get promoted are the people talking about what they're doing, what they're going to do. In simple terms, that's be loud about what you're doing. Yes, absolutely. And what you're going to do, right? That's the one key message I learned working in corporate America. Moving to Singapore. I went to college in Singapore, so I got a job, and I had the opportunity to work in corporate Asia. That was my first experience there. respecting systems. Asians are very similar to us. They're very big on respecting process. So lesson learned there is respect the system and walk in order. Growth comes by understanding hierarchy. Very important. I'll move to England, working in England. That one was quite interesting. I worked with the World Travel and Tourism Council. I came from the US to London at the time, and the one thing I learned in corporate England, very clear, competency will open doors for you. What did I say? Competency will open doors for you, very important. I'll save Nigeria for last. The next one would be Germany. Today, I would say working in corporate Germany actually is why my work ethics is where it is today. When I say the word Germany, what comes to mind? What? Well, excellence, right? Efficiency. Efficiency. I worked with a German engineering company called Siemens. You can't be late to work because trains are not late. So one thing I learned working in corporate Germany that I really hope will support you in your career is time management. So let me give you a quick short story. 9 to 5 was the time. I got to Germany after working in the US, and 1 month in, my supervisor called me. And he says, we notice you're struggling with the work that you're doing. And I said, well, what was your observation? They said, I stayed later than 5 at the office. So in other words, they believed I was struggling because I was not able to complete what I was there to do between 9 and 5 p.m. In America, it was cool for you to work late. Work till 6, till 7. It was cool for you to be there at your desk after work hours. In Germany, that did not work. It was a sign of you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so that was a lesson in corporate Germany. The final one is Nigeria, what I learned working in corporate Nigeria. I know you're expecting some horror story, but that's not what happened. Nigeria, corporate Nigeria is actually my favorite experience. And the reason is why, very simply, is because in an environment where anyhowness is a thing, once you bring a level of excellence, right, you stand out very quickly, very quickly. So the moral of that, of the corporate Nigeria experience is everybody's doing it doesn't mean you should do it. When you begin to stand out and bring a level of excellence to it, you stand out instantly, right? So in those 5 very quick stories, I hope I've been able to share with you what I learned in 15 years, which informed where I am today. Today, I work, well, I'm an entrepreneur now, but I work with the United Nations, running a global initiative, which puts me in the, you call it nonprofit NGO space. But the reason why I've survived in the space I'm in today was because of all those years in the corporate world where I had corporate acumen. Whenever you hear the word nonprofit, the word says nonprofit, but you have to make profit to sustain what? Your business. Absolutely. So the pathway, again, is not defined, to answer your question, but God will lead you to find your path, to discover why you're here on this planet. For me, that transition of corporate governance and now being an entrepreneur, and I will concur and say it is not beans to be an entrepreneur. It really takes a strong heart for you to be an entrepreneur. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Camille. So, just shedding some more light on, some skills that you developed, working corporate. So, I'm going to flip it back to Chinaza, all right? Because we still have a lot of, would I say, parents that tell their kids that art doesn't pay. So what would you say to a young person who is trying to pursue a creative career, right? So this corporate structure, that's not for me. I want to be in the creative space. But the family is saying, please, we need you to do something more stable. How would you advise someone in that space?
So what I would say is that the first thing is when you listen to the panelists here, there is no such thing as this is my career. Nobody started off doing the thing they ended up doing. So that is not to say that you should not think about what you start doing, but do not assume it. I'll never forget, I was listening to somebody talk to some engineers. I was an engineer. Engineers have a lot of respect because I don't know how you people do it, but he said something to them that he has trained engineers, and after 10 years of leaving school, 80 to 90% of them are not engineers. So if you define yourself by engineering, you will be lost. So the point is, your career is important, but it should not define you. A creative is what you do, in a sense, but it's really who you are. So if somebody is telling you you must get a job, that does not mean you cannot be creative. So the thing about money is that it is very, very hard to make a living at being a creative. That is a thing that is true. It is not a thing that people say to discourage you, but if you take a look at any creative, take any big Nigerian famous creative, you will see that they almost have 5, 6 jobs. They act, they are an influencer, they are a host, they are a marketer, not because they don't want to do one thing, is that by definition, creativity industry is entrepreneurship on steroids, because it is not just you, it is that the people who are hiring have to decide they like you. So it brings a whole level of complexity, and every single job is starting afresh. So the thing about wanting to be a creative is that you have to create. No matter what you're doing for a job, when I was doing Ingbot at the beginning, I was still in private equity. I left private equity in 2019, and Ingbot started in 2011. I wrote scripts in my spare time because you cannot do that and pay your rent. It's not a thing that happens. This is a thing that you can do when you're young. I would shoot overnight, go home, shower and sleep for 2 hours and go to work the next day. You can do that when you're 29, 30. At 45, I don't recommend. But my point is that you have to make sacrifices for the creative in the short term, because the creative career takes 10 years to build. So the thing about if you want to be a creative is that you should start, but do not let that be the only thing you're doing.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. That's fantastic insight. So, Dorothy, I'm coming back to you. So what kind of skills are employers looking for right now? Maybe not taught in university, but really, what should the audience really be learning right now that is relevant, that can help in them securing decent jobs?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. And I think Ruby did touch on some of those questions earlier on. But the first one I want to talk about is learning agility. I kind of just scripted 10 that I know are very important. Learning agility, how quickly do you learn? Because you can see that, you can see how quickly technology changes. Even though Ruby put it at 2 years shelf life, sometimes is a little shorter than that. For example, a few years ago, there was nothing like social media manager in the workplace. Now, everybody, every company, and even individuals, your personal brand needs a social media manager. So how quickly can you learn as an individual? The second one is digital literacy. If you're not digitally literate at this point in time, then it means you're still living in the Stone Ages. Because, and of course, you don't have to become a programmer for that. You just have to understand how to use technology, understand how to use AI, and things like that. The third thing is communication. Again, Ruby touched on that. If you cannot communicate, you are not going to be able to survive in the work world. You need to communicate value, and it's something you have to learn. It's not something that we all just are born with.
Okay. I want to expand on that bit, because you've spoken about something that is not core. So if we talk, like I said, it's not a hard skill. So I want us to move a little bit into the soft skill, right? Because you're hiring, you're firing, you're promoting. So how can we help people recognize the kind of traits that can help them inside? So I've gotten the communication right, I've gotten the digital literacy right, but is that all? What else on the soft side should we focus on? If you can just, say a little bit
If I'm
about
going
that.
to summarize that, I would say focus on building character. The word character is a bit broad, but it encompasses self-discipline. It encompasses self-awareness and your ability to then identify the areas you need to develop. So some of the what I've mentioned before, particularly communication, also falls under that, because when you're self-aware, you're then able to kind of like mind the way you communicate. Emotional intelligence, being able to be self-aware, being able to understand how to deal with people, relate with people, being able to be empathetic in situations is extremely important. And like I've mentioned it before, but a very important and is a foundational skill, soft, if you like, call it soft or hard or whatever, in building character is discipline. Because discipline is what helps you to be consistent in everything I do. And let me tell you what, one of the ways you can be successful is pressing repeats on the habits that would help you progress your life. So those are very important. I'm not sure which ones they're quite a number really, but discipline is the foundation of it all, and of course consistency.
Thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So I'm going to move to Ayomide now, because we've talked about some of the softer skills and the hard skills, but being able to sell yourself or sell something, I think Ruby also spoke about that. So, networking, you mentioned that as well, can be intimidating, even though it is essential. So how can people learn to be organic in their networking without it seeming like I want to use a person? So I've met you today, or I've met Mr. Sinari today. How can we, how do we really make that authentic? Is there, can you share some insights to that?
I'll say that if you see networking as, or even think about it as using somebody, then you're doing something good the wrong way. And I will call you a debt collector. So you write down a list of people and say, I want to meet Madam Dorothy and collect how to get a job from her. I want to meet Mr. Chinaza and learn how to make films. You're a debt collector. I think that networking doesn't have to involve you knowing the person physically or having a one-on-one relationship with them. You can study their interviews. You can literally observe and shadow their life from a distance. Look at what they write on social media. Look at the books they've written. I hope I get a book, sir. Look at the books they've written. Look at how they manage their lives, what they do, how they progressed in their career. That's one way you can network without having a physical relationship. Another thing I would say is really strong is pairing, not just mentorship. Pairing is when you have a relationship with somebody who knows more than you, but it's not one way, because mentorship is one way, only one person is gaining, and that can be exhausting. But when both of you are gaining, it's literally building, iron sharpens iron. And I remember I went to a PMP event about 8 years ago, and a young lady walked up to me courageously, and she was fumbling on her words. But I just really took a liking to her, and we started a mentorship. This was 8 years ago. She's now gone to America. She's done an MBA. And she was talking about how to use Lovable LLM, and I had not tried it. So I reached out to her. We still keep in touch. I mentor her from time to time. She taught me how to use Lovable, and I started mentoring her on strategy and how to get out to be employed or employability. And so now with pairing, it's so easy. When it was mentorship, it's a lot difficult because it was just me pouring. But now I feel like there's something in it for two of us, right? That's the third thing. And the third thing you can do is actually build courage and walk up to a person and get to know them. But when you do that, make sure that you're returning that, or you're circling back on that conversation within 48 hours, because not a lot of people do that. They get contacts, they don't circle back. And what would differentiate you is circling back on that relationship immediately. And the last thing I was going to say is that when you are networking, you need to understand what you want to achieve off the back of networking. If everybody is busy, everybody is very busy. If you go to a person and you have no agenda and you know why you want to speak to them, they would not take you seriously. So take yourself seriously before you even think of networking, and you will go a long way.
Thank you so much. Because I hope we heard that too. 48 hours, you have to circle back and take yourself seriously. Okay, I want to go back to Mr. Sinari. You know, when we talked about the failure being a school fees you basically have to pay. But, you know, how can one distinguish between a failure that is a learning moment and a failure that is a stop signal? Because you gave us an experience that you had when techno came, you know, and you just thought, you know, I'm done. But how can one really, is there like a litmus test? Is there a point? Is it in value? How do you get to a point and say, this is failure, that, okay, I just put down my tools, or this is a learning moment?
I'll just speak purely from experience. It's, so, for most people, you get to know exactly when you need to stop. I'm sure all the entrepreneurs here know. You get to a point where you know, you know, what people do, like I spoke about some time ago, people get working capital, they try a business, they lose some of the money, and then they try again until they lose all the money. So what I say is that while you're working and you're building, you must set money aside that can grow independently of you. You find out that at the end of the day, those little drops that you kept on the side will end up recreating the working capital that you've lost along the way. So that's the solution to that.
So are you saying we should persevere?
Forward.
Okay.
While you're failing forward, you're investing on the side.
Okay.
You know, you're dropping something that you are not in control of that will grow itself.
Okay.
Stocks, property, investment in somebody else. In 5 years' time, when you come back to look at that, it's probably grown 5 times more than what you're struggling forward.
I see. Okay, that's a fantastic take. So whilst you are persevering, and you may be losing your working capital, but you should have something that is independent of you, or that can grow independent of you, that will help you build your war chest, basically. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right, Kayode, so I'm coming back to you now. You're the money man, right? At this stage, what can we really tell our audience in how to understand money, manage money, or basically build wealth? What is like a financial advice you would have loved to have received, let's say when you were 21, that can be useful now? You know, because we hear, oh, I'm not good with numbers, I don't really know, but am I selling? Am I actually making money? Or is it revenue? I'm chopping everything, you know. Well, how can we at this stage right now build that financial literacy?
Great question. I thought long and hard about this a couple of years ago. Many of us start out in life and you never have mentors or people who go ahead of you to help you understand the kind of decisions that you need to make. I'll give a classic example. In 2005, when some of us had worked for about 2 years, we never knew what was called, just for example, NHF. We never knew. But I had a colleague in 2006 whose dad understood the dynamics and told him to take one. It was the same amount they were giving in 2006 that they were giving out in 2022, 15 million naira. That 15 million naira property that he bought was the launch pad into a real estate business.
Sorry, for our Gen Zs, what was NHF?
National Housing Fund.
Correct.
Right. I just wanted to use that as an example.
Yes.
So to answer your question, I developed a structure. Personal to myself, but this is probably the first time I'm sharing it in an audience. It's called SIMIRED. SIMIRED. Those 7 words, those 7 figures stand for something, or those alphabets stand for something each. First, which is what we all know, is that you must save. Save for emergencies. The rule of thumb is that you should have 3 months of your savings, in an emergency fund. Very basic. If you don't go away with anything, know that every month you need to save something. Second one is investments. There's a difference between savings and investments. Savings is emergency. Investments is you doing it for the longer term. So whilst you're sleeping, your money is working. There's a difference. Because of our time, we won't be able to go into it. The third one is mortgage. That's why I talked about the National Housing Fund. It is much better now. Please find out about it. Ask your HR. That amount has moved in the last 2 years from 15 million to 50 million. And in fact, there's also an alternative around MREEF. You can find out about it as well. The fourth is insurance. Nobody tells us that, now more people are aware about comprehensive motor insurance because of the rains. But we don't have to wait. The beauty of insurance is not in waiting till it's about to happen. The beauty is in you knowing that something that you love or you value, you protect. And you take that step. The fifth is retirement. So most of us think that you only start to plan for retirement when you are close to 60. That is not the case. And this first 5 that I've mentioned is something you have to plan for on a conscious day-to-day basis. Every time you get a paycheck and they say save something, think of the fact that you are trying to save. Think of investments. Think that, can I put something down for a mortgage that I plan to take 5 years from now? The truth is, all of those competing uses never wait for themselves. You have to plan for the same thing at almost the same time. Your children's education would not wait until they're older. At the same time, you're thinking of retirement. At the same time, you're thinking of your home. But when you start to plan from an early age, it makes the burden lighter. And the good part of it is that you become then used to it. The sixth one, which is the E, is what I call estate planning. So I was speaking with Mr. Daranijo this morning whilst we were seated there, and I said, many people are working. Most people who have 9-to-5 jobs or run their own businesses and pay pensions forget that, God forbid, if anything happens to you, your beneficiaries will not be able to access that money simply because they are next of kin. In fact, the Pension Act requires that if you have an RSA or a retirement savings account, at the base level, have a will or a letter of administration saying, in the event that anything happens to me, these are the people who should get what is due. If not, you're going to spend time at probate. And the last, obviously, for me, is debt. Debt as in borrowing, not as in dying. So debt, most people don't understand the concept of debt, right? We're always encouraged to use debt for something that is productive. As much as possible, avoid debt for frivolities or for, I want to have
chopping life.
Yes, I want to have a lavish wedding and then I go and borrow money. No. It is important to be able to balance all of this. Nobody taught us all of these things, but I'm hoping that as you take some time, really just trying to build your career. Because what ties all of them together is the consistency that you apply. There are people that I know today. I know a woman today who was, when I started my career, was saving just 5,000 naira every month. And I thought it wasn't a big deal until she called me in 2018 and said to me, that money I was saving is what saw my daughter through Unilag for 4 years. And that's when, my mind really opened to say, whatever you want to do, always take these things into consideration. Don't wait till you have all the money in the world. In fact, the chances are that if you have not built that habit at that time, by the time you have the money, you won't be able to do anything. Thank you very much.
Wow, thanks. That was fantastic advice. Well, you have to share this acronym with us again. So when we go for the break, you give us some more details on this acronym so that we can all put that to good use. So thank you. So, okay, so lightning round now, final lightning round. So I want everyone, one piece of advice to somebody sitting in this room, something that you wish you had been told when you were starting out in your career. So maybe we'll start from you again, Kayode.
First thing. So I have my 20-year-old son in this room, seated somewhere. I literally pulled him along,
Yes.
to make sure that he heard this. Because when we have these conversations, it seems like, Daddy, yours is too much. And I wish I had this kind of advice when I started. So my advice to everyone sitting here is, as long as there is life, there is hope. Please, let us move away from the transactional competencies that people are building today. And what do I mean by that? I want to make quick money. I want to be a content creator. Try and start thinking about those things that add value and build agility on it. So value-driven adaptability, let me put it that way. You're learning something new today. You're seeing what it would do for you 2-3 years down the line. You know that we are already in a world where the currency is your ability to adapt, become more agile, and at the same time continue to learn. So that will be my advice. Keep learning. And to my 20-year-old son, you've heard it again. I'm not saying it to only you, I'm saying it to everybody. Make the best use of the opportunities that have been presented to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinari.
Wow, you said it all. The world actually belongs to people who, like I said, who know everything and never stop learning. I still learn. When they told people who had learned something in 12 months to stand up, I got up. I've been learning about AI in the past few months. And for me, it's how do I apply it to improve the next generation? And it's actually basically one point that the speaker spoke about. Once you know how to prompt, and basically, let me leave my last advice. I think basically, I must say to the next generation, to the job seekers, your degree, your qualifications, everything you've learned may get you into the room, but it's not going to keep you there. What's going to keep you there? Your character, your attitude, the way you view life, and your vision. That's what's going to keep you in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Ayomide?
Yes, I think we have an excellent panel, honestly. What I would say is that portfolio career is the new normal. Everyone in this room is multi-hyphenated. I want to borrow some of the words from Ruby's presentation. She said about 92 million jobs will disappear, but she said about 170 million jobs will come. I also saw on that slide that 22% of the jobs on earth today, they will churn, they will disappear. And about 40% of the skills we have today, they will either become obsolete or outdated or transformed. That means 4 in 10 of the soft skills people are building will not be required in 4 to 5 years. So nobody can afford to put themselves in a box. Don't let the degree you studied put you in a box. Don't let your current employer put you in a box. Don't let your current situations put you in a box. Travel. Travel in your mind. Travel via YouTube. Travel via AI. Explore the world. See the world on YouTube. YouTube is enough for you to see the world, right? And once you're done with that, understand that you can build a portfolio career. You can work 9 to 5 during the day, during the week. You can be a fitness trainer on Saturday. You can be a mentor on Sunday. Everything na collabo. Put it all together. And this is something I do now. I teach, I mentor, find out what is going. Ask AI today. AI, tell AI to roast you. Ask him what you need. Ask AI, your AI tool. And honestly, character you said would take you a long way, but critical thinking as well. People say AI will take their jobs. AI will not take your job. AI will take the job of a person that doesn't know how to use AI. But finally, when you think of being multi-hyphenated, it's not a new phenomenon. If you look in the Bible, David was multi-hyphenated. He was a shepherd, he was a warrior, he was a musician, he was a king. When you look at Amos, I was reading a few days ago, he said, I was not a prophet, and I was not my parents and grandparents were not prophets. I used to take care of sycamore trees before the Lord called me. So don't think it's something new. It's something that is essential, and it's something that will take you far. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Dorothy, please.
Yes, so I just want to let you all know that your career is not just about getting a job. It's about becoming the kind of persons that organizations cannot afford to lose. And your degree may get you through that door, but and your skills may get you the opportunity, but just like my colleagues have said, character, continuous learning, resilience, and excellence are what to sustain long-term success. Because the future belongs to people who never stop growing. So instead of just focusing on the job you have now, invest in becoming, not just achieving. Because when you become the right person, when you become that person that organizations cannot afford to lose, opportunities have a way of finding you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amazing. Camille, one last word of advice.
So for me, the one thing I'll share with you very quickly, which I wish someone had told me when I was sitting where you are today, is relationships. Relationships. You see, all upward mobility, all success in life is dependent on your relationships. Okay? So I want you to look at your neighbor and say, relationships. It is all about relationships. All upward mobility, all success is dependent on relationships. And the closest for word I can use to help you explain that is networking. I know the word networking came up earlier. In a setting like this, many of you today, you will get your next job is in this room. Can I get an amen to that? Okay, good. Now, how do you access that job? It's through networking, right? The mistake many people make is after Ruby spoke, people around me is like, is she hiring? Is there a job, right? Instead of you asking, can you hire me? Or, and I ask, okay, so what do you want to do? And you say, anything. Have you ever met people, you say, what do you want to do? And everybody say, anything is not a job, is not a job title, a job description, right? So instead, what I'll recommend is that you put your give forward, meaning I am a project manager who's very skilled and very creative at managing projects. I'm currently in between jobs right now. Right? I'm looking for an organization that can utilize my gifting in project management. I'm looking at you because you'd mentioned that. So don't say anything, right? So it's important for you to lead that conversation with your give, what you're here to give, not what you're here to what? To get, meaning I want you to give me a job. Instead, talk about your skill set, what you can contribute to the organization. And throughout your career, remember, that next step is going to be someone who will like you, someone who will take a liking to your skill set that will support you to move up in life. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Chinazan.
So it's two things, but it's the same. And the funny thing is that both of them were told to me, but I didn't understand them. The first is, my father always used to say, you can never be better than God can make you. So what that means is when you go into life, you're always worried about what is going to happen to you. And that statement, that word means that it's bigger than yourself. So it's to trust and look into the future. The second thing was when I was moving back to Nigeria, late Bishop Caraway was the one who prayed for me, and he said that he had a word for me, that he said, a lot of people think moving back is a failure, but my word for you is that no matter where you are, you should always be expectant because God has a place for you. Now, both of those things are tied to what the point is. Life is lived for the optimists. people who believe that the future can be better than the past are the people that change things. Nigeria is a country that makes you pessimistic, but if you listen to everybody's story, the fundamental underpinning of it is that they believe that the future is going to be better than the past, and they can make it happen. Those two things are what will change your life. And for me, I come through that via faith, which is that for you to believe those two things to be true, you have to believe that God has a plan for you. So, thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Please, a heavier round of applause for our panelists. Fantastic. All right, so I know we have some burning questions. So we'll now take questions. Feel free to ask any specific panelist the question you want, or if you want to address the group. I know we have the microphones going around. So we have a couple of minutes to take some questions. So yes, we open the floor. So I know there's somebody over there.
Hello everyone.
Yes.
My name is Daniel. I am an entrepreneur and I'm also pivoting into data engineering. I have a question for Mr. Senari, please. In a world where failure is almost guaranteed, how do you deal with the psychological part of that? Because it can be really daunting, especially for people who are, should I say, serial, they fail like constantly and they have more fails than wins. So how do you deal with that psychologically, please?
Wow. Okay. So one of my basic principles of being an entrepreneur is that you have to keep on keeping on. You just have to continue to look at the positive, because obviously tomorrow is always better. Tomorrow will always be a better day. So what happens when you fail is that you come back, you do an appraisal. There's no failure that does not have a learning curve in it. Every time something goes wrong, you learn. It's like stepping up from a BSc to an MSc. When I say I'm now a professor in business, any business, I've done over 30 different things. And I know what part of it, I know how failure is, so I know the success part now. If you come to me and say you want to do this kind of business, I tell you don't go that route, it's not going to work, because we'll be there. Do you understand? So that failure projects you and keeps pushing you up. But you learn a lot and you have to be ready. You sit down, you take your records, and then you go on to the next thing. You just have to keep on keeping on. Psychologically, mentally, you have to be strong. Otherwise, go get a job.
Thank you. Well, I mean, this is GLA, so we also have a lot of spiritual ways we keep on keeping on, so because you have a good support system here. We have the pastors, we have people who pray with you, because yes, it's a real part of trying to get over failure, but we have a good support system. So if you don't go to GLA, you're welcome. All right, we have another question over there.
Okay, thank you. I would say, my name is Colette Okafor. I'm a geoscientist and I'm also working with Teleso as their admin. I would say this panelist is being handpicked because the conversation that was discussed today is something that is real. And they gave out realistic things that are happening and the questions you were being asked to them. So my question goes to Mr. Chinaza. Okay, I don't know if anyone in the room have this experience, because I think sometimes I ask myself, I think I live two lives. Why? Okay, I am a bookworm. I like reading. I'm a geoscientist by career. But on the second thought, I like the camera. I like to talk to people. I'm just everywhere. So before I ask the question, why growing up, I wanted to be an actress, right? But my mom told me no, and that was the only course I loved in arts department. So my mom said, no, you can't be an actress, look for another course. I said, okay, fine. I went for geology, and that is what I'm doing currently. So that thought made me, like, you can see me now, I want to read, I want to practice my career, I want to be a geoscientist, but on the other hand, I want to be an actress. I really want to be out there. I really want to talk to people. I like crowds. I want to do everything that is about creativity and the rest. So my question is, how do I navigate that? Because whenever I want to do this, I remember the conversation I had with my mom like 15, 20 years ago about, oh, I don't want you to be an actress. So how do I navigate that? Because sometimes it seems I'm stuck. Like I'm really stuck. Yeah, I love geoscience, I love geology, I love geoscientists, but I'm not really seeing myself being that because I also have love for acting and being creative too. Thank you. And also, the second one is for Madam Ayomide. You really talked about imposter syndrome, and it's something that needs to be discussed on a daily basis because people suffer from that a lot. And I would advise if we can have suggest if there's any section that we can talk about it more, because it's something that most of us, I wouldn't say for anybody, but to me, sometimes I have that imposter syndrome, and I want to know how I would avoid that or maybe break it. Thank you.
The question that you've asked, I think, is very, very apt in today's world, which is that nobody is just one thing. And I think the answer is in the seeds of the question, which is that you know what you need to do to feed your soul. So the question is, what is holding you back from doing it? Because for me, you have to find the way. It doesn't mean quit your job and go and become an actor. It means that what can you do to feed your soul that allows you to be part of acting? And so do I join the church play group? Is there a drama thing there? Are there ways where I can find other creative people? When we started Inkblot, the first 2 years, we used to write scripts. I'd invite my friends over to our house. They would read the scripts, we'll feed them, and they would tell us whether it's good or bad. There was not a crowd that knew that Inkblot existed outside of us. But for those first 3 years, we felt like we were a film company because we were doing the act. These things are for you. The external part can come later, but if you live a life that you don't feed your soul, you will be worse for it. So my advice for you is to find ways to do it, irrespective of what happens outside.
Thank you. I think Dorothy has a contribution to that as well.
Yes, I just want to contribute. So that's the acting part of you, right? The wanting to talk to people part of you. You can actually create a platform for yourself, either on YouTube or any of the social media platform, and actually talk to people about being a geoscientist. Because I don't know, if I ask people here now, what do geoscientists do? Not many people would know. So there's an opportunity in there for you to actually create a platform to educate people, and then that will help feed your soul with regard to talking to people. Hope that helps.
I think this is a clock it moment. We have to clock it. Yeah. All right. Are you contributing to that or answering the second question? Okay, Camille will quickly do that.
Since we're in church, so I'm going to go ahead and preach. All right? So what is stopping you is because of the conversation you had 15 years ago with your mom. The question I'll ask you is, what did God design you to do? Why are you here on this planet? Your creator created you to, like you mentioned, it's your soul, right? If it speaks to you, that means that's connected to why you're here on this planet, right? So it's important for you. Yes, mommy, daddy are great, but really, we are all here to answer to a higher calling. So therefore, what is that calling that is calling you, that is in your heart? So listen to that and lean into it. And I love what she just said. In today's world, you can be an actress, right? By telling us what a geoscientist actually does. And filmmakers like himself will see you on YouTube and say, wow, she's really good. I could use her for a role. Does that make sense? So there's an opportunity here, but most importantly, listen to that calling upon your life, yeah? To your creator on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
I wanted to address the gentleman first. He talked about failure. Proverbs 3 says that in all your ways acknowledge God and he will show you the way to go. And what I find is that this society, sometimes we celebrate success. We don't really like to talk about failure. And so people think that failure does not exist. Every iceberg you see has a bottom layer. Every successful person has the underwater layer you don't see. the midnight oil they were burning, the nights they were crying. And so I think parents need to teach their children how to fail, how to be okay with failure, and how to bounce back. I went through school doing well. In fact, I wanted to do well because my parents would celebrate me. And when I didn't do well, I was scared to tell them. And so going into the workplace, if I didn't succeed, I wasn't good enough. And something changed that. I got a project where I was supposed to build an internet exchange. And we were battling against the most popular internet exchange that was reaching 1 terabyte. So you go from megabytes to gigabytes, from kilobytes to gigabytes to terabytes. And our IX was barely doing 33 gigabytes for almost a year. And I'll go in front of my MD every month, and I will aspire and perspire, and nothing was changing. And I changed my strategy, right? What do? We go on our knees. We ask the Lord, what is going on? Why is this not succeeding? And I kept seeing a picture of growth, but the reality did not match the growth. So what do? We lift up to our eyes from whence cometh our help. We don't look at what the issues are. We look ahead. You say, let God be true, and let men be liars. So the first thing is, what did God tell you? As God, and I don't know if you're a Christian, but as the Lord told you about what you're doing, what did he say? And honestly, all you need is first step on the staircase. God will show you the picture step by step. If he showed you the end already, right? Sometimes we will not even bother trying. But go through it step by step. I think this failure was bandwidth for me. It was data for me. It was compounding years where I skipped not failing. It was the most beautiful thing that could happen to me. For 2 years, that IX did not grow. But overnight, between December and now, we've had over 400% of growth. And the most beautiful thing is that it was not the end of the journey. It was the journey itself. It was who I became on that journey, how I learned to trust God, how I learned to build relationship with my colleagues, how I learned to network. Because when you have to sell something and you don't have a choice, you will give it your all. And to address the young lady on the left, imposter syndrome is not the will of God for you, for us, for his children. You have to go in front of that mirror and write down who God says you are. I am a queen. I am prepared for a time like this. I am called to change the nations. I am on assignment, right? Ask the Lord who he calls you. God has a name for each of us. And who God calls you, how you express who God is to you is based on your experience of him. So how are you experiencing him now? Is he your banner? Does he see you? Speak to the Lord. Ask him. And more practically, read books. Read books. I have heard a saying, if you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book. That's not true. Read books. Read books about people who had imposter syndromes. I can recommend 20 books for you today, if you want me. And read them. Start with Why is a Good One by Simon Sinek. Go and read that book. And then compound. Have a library and have a plan of what you want to do. Because failing to plan is planning to fail. I went for a run this morning. I have a marathon in September. And I met, oh my God, once I saw Zamani, I wanted to enter the ground. He said to me, we're going to go at a faster pace. I almost died this morning. But he said to me that he did his last marathon in less than 3 hours because he had a plan for it. He almost died, but he did not die. So I promise you, you will not die. You will only get better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kayode has an input on that.
Yes. I don't think there is anyone who has built a career without having imposter syndrome. In fact, I believe that imposter syndrome is basically saying that you are breaking out of your comfort zone. I'm sure that she'll be surprised when I say this, but Yonju had a post recently that spoke to that. There was a post on LinkedIn that she, basically said, when you start to feel uncomfortable, don't feel like you are not capable. Start to ask yourself, what do I need to do? Who I need to speak to? Why is this happening to me now? Many of us have found ourselves in careers. I told you I did asset management for a very long time. I woke up one morning and I said I needed something else. And insurance popped up. And most of us know that for those who go into insurance, you need to understand insurance. I had no understanding of insurance. And I was going to lead a team of over 500 people. The branch managers who were reporting to me, the youngest was 49. I was 33. The oldest amongst them said to me, it is the year when you were born that I started this career. How did you expect me to feel? But you know what I found out? And it is something that we've said here today. I didn't come there because I understood insurance. I came there because I understood how to motivate and lead people. I understood what it meant to critically think about a strategy and execute it. I understood the business of distribution. I didn't know the products. I didn't know the principles of insurance. But I knew that there was a work ethic that if you worked with people and you motivated them and you were on the same tangent with them, you would get the results. And the results truly came because we then went for a 2-week conference in Chennai in India. And I was saying to my boss then, we are in the world of insurance. India is seen as, way up there in insurance. And we're like, let's just sit down in class and take in as much as we could take in. 3 days later, he was made the class rep and I was made the assistant. And by the second week, we were teaching our colleagues what the business of insurance, especially distribution, entailed. When I got back to Nigeria, I looked at my Indian boss and I said to him, the next time you told me I don't know what I'm doing, we're going to kidnap you. I won't allow you to go back to India. And the next thing he said to me is, Kayode, it's time. Launch out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Do we have any other question?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay.
So it's a couple of questions, but I'll just try to squeeze it all. A lot of the panelists spoke about making pivots in their careers. And one thing I want to ask is, although the last speaker just mentioned something, you're pivoting to an area where you have literally no experience, no knowledge. But then I think one thing that worked for him was an opportunity came. For me now, I'm a chemical engineer, and our field is very specific. I work in the food industry. A lot of times, one issue I've had with pivoting, say I want to switch to the energy sector or some other sector, is they look at you and tell you, you don't have cognate experience. You've been an engineer for about a decade, you've led teams, but you've not led any team. You don't have any experience in this particular field or in this particular industry. So how do we marry that? How do you overcome that obstacle? Because it's an obstacle. You know what you want to do. You know where you want to go to. One of the panelists spoke about having a plan. You know, okay, I don't want to stay in this industry. I started here, but this is where I want to be. But now, experience is a barrier. You have, so how do you make that change? How do you make that change? And then another question I have, I think Madam Dorothy spoke about some soft skills like learning, agility, communication. How do you show people, I actually have this skill? If you can make it to the interview, I've always said that I thank God every interview I've been in, I passed. But a lot of times, we don't even get to the interview at all. Nobody's even, they look at your CV and, in fact, in these days of ATS, the ATS just shifts your distance aside. So yes, we need these soft skills. If you can get into the interview, you can maybe show the interviewer that I have this, I can do this. But how do you even get there in the first place? All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly, because we're running out of time. So you spoke about the ATS and it cutting you off from even being selected. So we have an expert panel that are having CV reviews, and we are going to teach you how to master the ATS. So after this session, it's part of the things that we have planned. So we'll help you cover that because we also know that's a real concern. And then you talked about pivoting and what that means in terms of cognate experience. I think Ruby spoke about that as well and said, if you're going to make a shift, you must recognize that you may not be shifting at the same level, and you must be prepared for that. So she said that. So if you are a senior manager in engineering, chemical engineering, I don't know what roles, maybe quality control, and you're moving into tech, chances are you may have to be a manager or something else. So that's something you'll be prepared for. But nonetheless, I've worked in the power space. I worked there for many years, and I'm not an engineer. and I was developing strategy for that. And I think after 4 or 5 years working there, they started calling me Engineer Joke, because you are building that skill that they've talked about and ensuring that you are relevant. So, those are a couple of things that you can look to try to help you. But, you can talk to any of the panelists after the session, because I know we have time's up and we have a couple of things that we still need to do today, but that's a fantastic question. But for anybody else who has any question, may I say we're going to take a break very shortly. So during the break, you may approach any of the panelists. They've agreed to remain with us for a couple of time, so much more time. So they will be able to answer your questions. You can do the networking, and of course, you will ensure that you get in touch in 48 hours, right? Okay, thank you. Yes, so that's all the time we have for today. I want to say a very, very big thank you to our panelists. I think we can sum it up. They said we should stay curious, we should build skills that matter, we should surround ourselves with people that challenge us, and most importantly, we should take action. So thank you.
If you would permit me, I would like to stand on the already established protocols. I know that I have less than 10 minutes, so I'm going to be as quick as possible with this particular session. And by the way, I think all the panelists deserve another round of applause, because I was particularly, blessed by that session. So a whole lot of things have actually been, this now makes me look like a pastor, I don't know. I just want to add a particular bit to all of the conversations that have already been held, right? And I think it's something that all of us in the room can actually resonate with. In the employability world, there's something that they call it experience paradox, right? I'm sure that a number of us sometimes, we must have experienced it at some point, whereby employers are asking for 10 years of experience, even for an entry-level role, right? And then you'll be like, I just finished NYC, where did you expect me to get that kind of experience from, right? So that kind of challenge in between is what we call experience paradox. And I think one of the ways by which we have identified, through which it makes it quite easy for us to solve that problem, is when people go for opportunities that may not necessarily yield financial intake at of that time, right? Some of them could be when you go for an internship and volunteering services and things like that. So those are part of the ways that we've also identified that also help people to build that gap. Because it somewhat relates to what I want to talk about the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Of course, I bring greetings from the Executive Secretary and from all of the board members. So at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, right, since its establishment in 2016, and by the way, this year makes it 10 years that the fund has been in existence, we try as much as possible to see how we can creatively support the Lagos State government to bridge that unemployment gap that has been identified, right? You can listen to several statistics depending on the methodology adopted, right? Whereby you could say maybe it is the unemployment rate in the country is maybe 35%. Please don't quote me anywhere anyways. I'm just trying to be very careful, because sometimes they will say it's 35%, sometimes it's 4%, sometimes it's depending on the methodology. But the reality on ground is that we know that there is a case of unemployment, right? We can't shy away from that. And that's why we even have sessions like this, whereby people can be equipped with the necessary information that will make them to be better prepared and, better equipped for employment opportunities. So at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, our key mandate is to try as much as possible to facilitate job creations. Now, how do we do that? We do it using different programs that we run. Two major programs, actually. The first one, we call it Access to Finance. Access to Finance, meaning that opportunity that we use to support businesses by giving them loans and grants, and all whatnot in that regard. Since establishment of the fund in 2016, we've successfully supported over 20,000 businesses by giving out loan worth about 15 billion naira, right? And this cuts across the different MSME value chains, right? Be it that you are a startup, be it that you are a medium enterprise, be it that you are a small-scale enterprise, right? So we try as much as possible to do that and then support businesses. But the other one, which for me is even more important, and will speak much better to what we are having here today, is the one that we call the Access to Skill. Through the Access to Skill is when we now design employability support programs. the employability support programs is to help Lagos State residents to give them the opportunity to be trained on different skill sets of their own interests. Because we know that people have different lines of interest, right? We've seen people, somebody said he's a chemical engineer. We've had a conversation from a geoscientist. We've listened to speech from somebody that operates very well in the creative industry. So we know that there are different lines of interest that we all operate at, right? So how we do or carry out this program is in partnership with different international organizations, like United States African Development Foundation, USADF, like United Nations Development Program, UNDP, be it King's Trust International, KTI in England. It could be even GIZ, this German corporation. So we run all of these partnership programs with them, and then we design programs that, based on our desk research and based on the findings and insights we have been able to gain from different employers, we design in-demand skills programs. And then when we carry out these particular training programs, it also helps people for them to have that gateway of going into employment opportunities, such that by the time we design these short-term course programs, right, using different training institutions that have the level of accreditation, then it makes it easy for people to now go through the gateway of internship. Especially because when we design all of these programs, I said that we carry out, different insights, employer engagement sessions, such that we can really listen to employers, and then they will tell us the skill sets that have been identified to be missing. Those components that they have identified, we now look at a way of designing programs that we use to plug those gaps. So it makes it easy, right? Because we have already spoken to employers. And then we do not just carry out this engagement just, maybe once in a while. We carry it out on periodic basis. A whole lot of information has been given that we live in a very highly evolving world, right? Something that was relevant 2 years ago may not necessarily be relevant in today's employability world. So we need to have constant engagement like that, which will now help us to design some of these programs. So when we do that, we now call for applications from Lagos State residents based on available openings as of that time. And for people that express interest, of course, we carry out different due diligence screening, because sometimes people just even apply for some of these things, not because they actually need it, right? And that's one of the problems. A lot of people said there are no jobs, but opportunities that we can use to facilitate jobs, you get to find out that people don't even maximize it. So as for those that express interest, and since we started the employability program in 2018, I make bold to tell you, and of course I can't even lie because one of our board members is here. We have trained over 22,000 Lagos State residents since we started in 2018. And we trained across several sectors. Thank you very much. Okay, maybe I should also clap for ourselves. We've trained across several sectors: the creative sector, technology sector, hospitality sector, construction and manufacturing, entertainment, anything you can think of. And then we've trained across several trade areas as well. And the interesting part of it is that when we carried out a recent impact assessment about the people that we have trained, if I want to put it into percentages, 75% of them eventually got internship opportunity to work with private employers. Now, where it became very interesting is that 65% of those 75%, based on the fact that they've been able to show that they have capacity, they were either retained on the job or they got a job at another company entirely. So it makes it quite easy for people to at least know that beyond just sitting down at home and then waiting for opportunities to come, sometimes, getting a job may not actually come directly in the form of getting a job. It could just come in the direction of getting an opportunity to be trained, to get a particular skill. And of course, any employer will tell you that once they see people that are contributing value to their organizations, they don't want you to go, right? They want you as much as possible. They don't mind to even train you in addition to all the trainings that you've gotten in the past, and then you can use that to now also build your own capacity. Of course, I've said quite a whole lot of things about the different partnerships that we run with UNDP, USADF, KTI, GIZ, and so on and so forth. I would encourage people in the room, especially because we even have one that is ongoing right now, which we're running in partnership with United Nations Development Program, where we plan to train 800 individuals across digital skills, CNG, leatherworks, and of course we also want to equip 1,200 businesses in Lagos State. For those that don't mind, you can check out our different platforms, be it on the social media platforms. You can even check out our website, lsetf.ng,
You can check out our LinkedIn pages, at LSETF, the same thing on Instagram, our Facebook pages and things like that. But for those that are probably interested in the one that is currently ongoing, which I spoke about earlier, I can just go ahead and then give you the URL. It's tinyurl.com/LSESP phase 3. I'll take that again. Tiny, TINY, URL, tinyurl.com/LSESP. LSESP standing for Lagos State Employability Support Project. Lagos State Employability Support Project, phase 3. The 3 is in number. Phase PHASE 3. 3 as a figure. So we're looking forward to, as much as possible, people to also show interest in this, because it helps us for us to be able to at least make sure that you're supporting people towards realizing and achieving their individual career aspirations. And of course, the program is designed for people between the ages of 18 and 45. So it gives that very big opportunity to at least include as much as possible in terms of the age demographic. Once again, we appreciate the organizers of this program for this wonderful opportunity. I think it's something that, should not just be a one-time thing. It's good that we're having these kind of sessions whereby we keep encouraging with the young ones for us to maximize opportunities and then listen to people that have walked the journey, such that it makes it easy for us to not make the mistakes that they made at some point while they are going up their own career ladder. And then we can learn as much as possible from them and then use that to also make our lives better. I think I've done a very good job as far as timing is concerned too. Thank you very much.
This next session is going to be on interview masterclass, right? And it's going to be very conversational. I mean, it's a masterclass, basically. I'm not here to give you theory or give you something very academic. I'm just going to share some of the things that I have seen over the past. I've been in consulting for almost 2 decades now, where I've recruited at different levels within the organization, even at board level. I've had to hire board members, CEOs for a lot of organizations in Nigeria. Young graduates and what have you. So I've crystallized all these ideas into what we are going to be discussing today. And I want you to ask a lot of questions so that we can get results at the end of the day. And of course, also at the end, there's a code that I would like you to scan, like a checklist I've put together that I will implore you to download so that when you want to go for an interview, you can make use of that. But let me ask a question before we proceed. Is there anyone going for an interview within the next 2 to 3 weeks here? Do we have anybody? Please don't be shy. It's all about you now. Do we have anybody going for an interview? Okay, good. Any other person? Okay, good. We're going to have like a discussion and see how you can nail that job. Because it doesn't really make a sense when you are interviewing from one job to another, spending a lot of time. I'm sure for you to have gotten that invite, you must have done your research, and it's like an organization that you've actually shown interest, that you like to work. Then let me also ask another question. Is there anyone here, maybe by a show of hands as well, who have attended an interview in the past thinking that, oh, I could have answered that question better, I could have nailed that job? Anybody? Oh, okay. Awesome. So I'm really speaking to the right people and the right audience. Okay, that's fine. So like I said, this is what I've done in the past few years, even up till now. Now I do more of executive level and board level recruitment and interview. It's the experience that I'm going to, just share. But let's have the slide. Right. There's something that Next one, please. Yeah, that's what we're just going to talk about. Next slide, please. Yes. I want you to look at this. What do you see? What do you see? I'm listening. Huh? Chaos? Lagos? What exactly? Huh? Struggle. Okay. I love the adaptability, resilience, opportunity. I love that. I love that. Survival. Okay. You know, all whatnot. But I want you to see beyond this bus. In this picture, I want you to see beyond this yellow bus and all that we're seeing. You know, someone said something here. I want you to see a boss with a job opportunity. Yeah. This is like a job opportunity. And I want you to imagine a situation where this is actually a great job. That yellow boss is a great job that almost everyone wants. Qualified people like we have. You know, everyone feels that, it deserves that great job. You know, maybe an NNPC job or in any of the oil and gas. Or in any organization, with your degree, you feel that you've graduated on top of your class, that you deserve this job. But you can see that it's very chaotic. Very chaotic. There is struggle almost everywhere. People are pushing one another. People want to get in, right? You can see one man trying to even enter through the grab it man. He wants to get inside through a different door. But let me say, this is the reality of our labor market. This is our reality in the labor market today. I remember some times ago, we posted a job. Let me say this, even before I say that. The truth is that there are jobs in Nigeria. Let me say this. There are opportunities in Nigeria. When people say that, it's only about who you know, maybe someone that you know. Well, maybe 10%, but the truth is that organizations, if I don't work in a consulting firm, I had that mentality before, that mindset that, people don't really get a job in Nigeria. It's only who you know. But the truth is that organizations are looking for competent people out there. So back to our story. This is the reality in the labor market, like we said. But one thing I will say here today is that the interview is not about your class of degree. Getting an interview or getting hired is not about your class of degree. It's not about the school, the university where you graduated from. You know, before, I know some people who are here probably about 15, 20 years ago or more. There's that discrimination where they will say that, people who attended this number of schools should be the one to attend. Or if you graduated with a first class or something, you should be the one to apply for the job. But now, it's a level playing ground, irrespective of the schools that you have attended. I'm going to show us some of the things, some of the behaviors. I mean, this is based on the fact that I have sat in series of interview panels where I've assessed, where I've listened to a lot of young Nigerians, people who want to change career. And one thing I've seen, in fact, I think I wrote an article about that years ago. One thing I've seen which is also backed up by career, is the fact that a lot of young Nigerians are struggling when it comes to self-awareness. And that is one of the things that I think Madam talked about self-awareness when she was talking about it. It's not so much about your qualification. Your qualification gets you that opportunity to be called for an interview. Your ability to communicate who you are, which we are going to look at, certain behaviors, certain traits, to the interviewers. There's one thing that an interviewer is looking for, and that thing is trust, among several other things that he's going to check. In fact, the moment you step into an interview, you are already being assessed. They are already assessing you. So those are some of the things that we're going to look at today. So it's not so much about, like I said, your class of degree. It's not so much about the fact that, usually we communicate, I'm hardworking, I can multitask. It's not about that. It's about who get a seat inside this bus. That's what an interviewer is looking for. Please, let's move on to the next. So, when we're hiring, when we're looking to interview candidates, these are some of the things that we typically look for, most especially at the entry level. Young graduates, people who have spent about 2 years, 3 years, typically at that level. So you can see, like I said, not just only your qualification. Like I said, your qualification will get you that opportunity to be interviewed. They will look at, he has made a 2-2 or a 2-1 or a first class. Even sometimes, these days, they are even inviting a third class student, someone who graduated with a third class, for interview. But the truth is that the moment you get into that interview, are you able to communicate all of this within the time that you are being interviewed? Capability. Are you able to do the job? You are being evaluated for that. Are you capable to do the work? Attitude. Are you someone who is coachable? Do you have the right attitude? Are you someone who is positive? Right there and then, you are being interviewed. When the interview is being conducted, someone is assessing you for some of these things. Potential. Will you grow? So maybe when a question is thrown at you that, what have you been doing within the past few months or in the past few months that you have graduated, and you are not able to communicate something that an interviewer can see as fact, then that's a big challenge. Communication. We've talked a lot about communication. Even during the panelist session, it was discussed. Communication is a very key competency that we need to excel during the interview. So is this someone who can communicate his idea when it comes to the organization? His thinking. Is he able to solve problem? Is this someone, when you throw a problem at him, is he able to solve problem? Then culture fit. Culture fit, organizations most of the time, they test for culture. Whether this person is someone that will really fit into our culture. Imagine an organization where innovation plays an important role. And they are asking you, in the past, most of the time when they are asking you that kind of question, just know that it's like a situational, behavioral type of question. When they're asking you in the past, because the belief is that your ability to perform now is a function of some of the things that you have done in the past. So tell us in the past, what have you done when it comes to so, and so? So if you are not someone who has mastered some of these things, and you are telling them that, I know I can do the work. No, it's not about, they know you can do the work. Tell us what you have done before in the past so that we can track, we can see pattern. Interviewers are looking for pattern. If you have not done it at all, the truth is that it will be difficult because most of the time, people who are hiring, they are hiring people who can start doing something when they come to the organization. It's not a case when you come into the organization that they are now training you. Madam can testify to that. We hire not just because we want to train them. We hire because from day one, we want to see people who can begin to do the work with little or no training or something like that. And I put it, trust is the quiet deal breaker behind every hire. Have you seen a situation where, they've asked you a lot of questions. To you, you felt that, you've answered. Even maybe when you are out of that interview, you are like, there's no way I will get this job. And maybe a day or two after, a rejection mail comes in that, we are sorry, after so, we have moved on. Is there anybody who has experienced that? Yeah. The truth is that is usually something you should watch out for when you are communicating during an interview. So, capability, attitude, potential, communication, problem solving, and what? And culture fit. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Now, one of the things that I have seen over and over again is the fact that a lot of people do not prepare when they are coming for an interview. In fact, 80% of the time, I see a lot of people not preparing very well when they come for an interview. And one thing I've said is that getting a job is not just only about your qualification. So for some of us who graduated with a 2-1, I know of a friend who graduated with a first class, and for almost 5 years, he couldn't get any job. He couldn't get any job. I know of a lady, I coached that lady, who graduated, I'm not going to mention the name of the university, graduated with a 2-1. For almost 3 years, she was just going for an interview. There was no success at the end of the day. But when I began to ask her certain questions and began to put her through some certain things, within 6 months, she started getting interviews. And within about 9 months, she got a job, a fantastic job, in one of the oil and gas firms in Nigeria. So I've put together these 4 steps when you are preparing for a job, for an interview. The first one is what? Is research. You have to research the role. So most of the time, when you are being considered for an interview, there's actually like a job description that will be attached to that role. Or when you apply for that role, ensure that what? You've copied the job description or the person's profile or the duties that this person will be doing when you come back, when you get hired. Role and deliverables, you must understand that. Then the company and what? And recent news. We must research the company. So don't go for an interview when you have not researched the company, you don't know about the product of the company, you don't know about the recent award that they've won, or anything in the news. You don't even know anything about the company. Then your recruiter. And this is where, when we get an invite for an interview, we must be able to communicate. Where you need clarification, send a mail and seek clarification. If you don't have the job description, please ask for the job description. If you would like to know about the recruiter, please ask for the recruiter. Who is going to sit on the panel? Is this going to be a one-on-one interview, or is this going to be a panel interview? Ask questions. Then, of course, your own CV look at your CV very well and be able to master your CV such that when they ask you any questions, you'll be able to answer any question they ask you. I've seen a situation whereby a candidate was asked a question based on what, and that's why these days we need to be very cautious. For those of us who have actually used maybe any of the AI tools to write our CV. I'm not saying it's bad, but ensure that everything you've put on your CV, you can defend and they are verifiable. So this lady said that, no, it was even a guy who said that she did something that, while working in that organization, she was the one who did this, who did this, who did that. And you know what? I know someone who works in that organization. Right there and then, the thing I did was to call and verify. In fact, we were still there. I just stepped out. I said, oh, there's someone here who said this, who said it. The person just laughed. That it's not possible. That it's not possible. So, whatever you put on your CV, you must be able to do what? You must be able to defend. Everything on your CV, to the school, to your achievements. And I know that we're having maybe a session where CVs are being reviewed. Some of the things that we need to put on our CVs. So you must be able to defend your CV. Look at every details of your CV so that when they ask you to talk about those things, even when you were in school, you must be able to defend whatever. Then the next thing is practice. I put this there because I remember many years ago when I was looking for opportunity. This really helped me, right? So I will stand in front of the mirror and I will be asking myself certain questions like I'm responding. In fact, for every question, I have like answers that I can, like a story that I can share. So when they ask me, oh, this part of your CV, what have you done? I want to share story. In fact, when you go for an interview and within a few minutes, the interviewer asks you, do you have any question for us? Honestly, doubt whether you will get that job. Because when you get to an interview, create a situation whereby the interviewer wants to ask you a question. And it's by sharing your story. It's not about rehearsing. It's not about cramming anything. It's about sharing story of whatever you have done. While you are in school, while you are maybe when you are serving in your previous organization. The more you share your story, the more a recruiter would be interested in asking you more questions. Oh, you said something that you did. Can you shed more light on that? He wants to know. He's probing to know. So that he can link one thing to another. And don't forget, we talked about what? Trust before. He wants to verify. He wants to ensure that there is consistency in all the things, in whatever you've said, you have done. So it's very important that you practice. And someone talked about portfolio the other time. Create portfolio for your work. Create a portfolio for beyond your CV. Create like a profile. Maybe you've developed a website, you've developed an app or something like that. Or you've done something beyond the ordinary or anything. It's a portfolio, something that you may not even be able to put in your CV so that it won't make it too detailed or too bulky or something. So that you can take them through is also very important. Then presence. Presence is the third one that talks about your dressing. Someone said that the way you are dressed is the way what? Is the way you'll be addressed. When you go for an interview, are you someone who has even dressed for that job? Have you dressed for that job? And I always say this, that for us, for some of us who are actually looking for a job, as a lady, go and look for an interview outfit that you can be using for maybe one or two if you can afford. For a guy, go and look for maybe one or two, what's it called, suit that is for interviews. Because the way you are dressed most of the time also determines whether someone will hire you or not. Because they're already assessing you. They're looking at you. The way this person is dressed, is this someone that we can hire? Let me tell you, 90% of the time, it's about the impression that you have created in the face of the interviewer. Someone will like you right there and then based on the impression that you have created. And let me say, it's not only about the way you are dressed, but the way you are dressed is very important. But the moment you walk into the interview, there's something that I always say. Within 60 seconds, you are either done or gone. You are either what? You are either done or gone. Within 60 seconds, for me, I have made up my mind whether I'm going to proceed or not. I have made up my mind. In fact, my colleagues will ask you, when are they doing, after 1 minute, he's not saying anything, then that person is already done. That's it for me. Because I have a lot of people that probably I want to speak with. So if you have not done your research very well, you are not communicating what I want to hear. I'm asking you to tell me about yourself. You are not able to communicate. How do I help you? That's the truth. How am I going to help you? It may look harsh, but the reality is that there are 1,001 people who have prepared themselves for that job and they are ready to take the job. Then, of course, being calm, positive mindset, confident energy, a firm opening line. We're going to do 1 or 2 role plays so that we can see how some of the things that a typical interviewer is looking for. Then the logistics. Logistics. So, is it the morning when you want to go for interview that you are just getting to search on maybe Bolt or Uber, even how much it will take you to that place? I've seen people before when probably they have an interview. Well, maybe now that there's usually maybe virtual interview. But before, there was really no virtual interview. It was a physical interview where you had to be present, within the organization. And of course, going by the traffic situation in Lagos, most importantly, you don't want a situation whereby you are going late for an interview. Maybe you are 5 minutes late. I've seen people who have lost that opportunity because of the fact that they came late. Anybody can, they can decide to not to hire you because of certain things. But you don't even want to give room for some of those things. Maybe coming late to the interview or, not dressing sloppily is really not the best. And a case where you are interviewing virtually. So, some times ago, we wanted to hire I think a COO for an organization. The interview was meant to last for about 1 hour. The first candidate that we met, fantastic. The second candidate, fantastic. But because of the CV of this particular candidate, in fact, when it comes to being fit for that role, it was that third candidate. So the first time he came online, the speaker, we couldn't hear him. We asked him to log off. He logged off. He came in the second time. We didn't hear him. We asked him to put on his camera. The camera was not working. We tried that for over an hour. In fact, we even had to tell him we moved his time, maybe by 1 hour. By the time he came back after 1 hour, in fact, everybody was tired. They were like, oh, this candidate is really not ready. And he lost that opportunity. And this is an opportunity that in a month, if you know what comes with that job, honestly, it's not something that anybody wants to lose. I'm just saying that when you are preparing for an important interview, ensure that you have like a backup internet connection, not just only one. Check whether your system is, the microphone is working well. Everything is working very well. And if possible, have a backup. A case where you are using your laptop and you know that maybe anything can happen, just have your phone beside you or any other gadget that you can use for that interview. Of course, data and power backup is very important. And a case where you're doing a physical interview where you are being asked for documentation and ID, you also want to ensure that all these things are in place. Let's move to the next. Let's move to the next. Now, so there are several types of interview format, but we're just going to talk about these two because when it comes to certain industries or certain organizations, these are some of the core two interview formats that we use. I know there's one informational, but the informational, you can even get certain information, before the interview. But when it comes to behavioral interview, it's an important interview that has been over the years. It has been one of the best format of interviewing people over the years, even at senior level. Behavioral, from the word behavior. When an interviewer has some set of behaviors that he wants to evaluate you on based on certain things, right? And usually when you hear something like "tell me," when the interviewer is asking you, "tell me about a time," can you recollect a time? That is more like a behavioral type of interview. When he's asking you, he wants to connect behaviors to results. So he's asking you to tell me a time when you did this. Oh, you said that you have competencies in product management. Can you tell me a situation or a time when you developed a product in the past? So the truth is that if you have never done it before, it will be very challenging for you to talk about that. I know some people have actually gamed that, right? But the truth is that we still find a way to ask you some probing questions, even from what you have said, from what you have said you've done. By the time we start to poke and probing, we will know whether you have done it or not. Some people have gamed that, they've mastered that game very well. Anyway, but that's the kind of behavioral interview approach to hiring candidates. And of course, it's very common in banking, in FMCG, NGOs, corporate roles, and a whole lot of organizations like that. And the format, I'm going to show us the format when we go to the next slide, where when they are asking us that kind of question, we also need to have a format on how we can answer. Because the truth is that you can't just be talking without an approach. It has a way when you get to an interview and it's asking you, tell me a time, what about a time, like referring you to the past. And this is what I always tell people. When you are being asked a behavioral type of interview, always use something that is very recent. Don't go and be telling something 6 years, 3 years, 4 years ago. If you don't have, not a problem, but if you've done something in the last 3 months, in fact, when I ask you a question, I'm not even going to put it directly like tell me. I'm going to ask you, so can you, in the past 3 months, I want you to tell me what you have done when it comes to so, and so. I'm going to tell you the time. So I will tell you it's not out of place if you have not done it in 3 months, right? Because if you are referring to something you have done 6 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I want something very recent, so that I can decide whether it's still something you can do or not. That's for a behavioral interview. The next one is case interview. Most of the time, we use that in consulting. Is there anyone who has done a case interview here before, where you have been given a case study and you have been asked to analyze the case study, and after analyzing the case study, you are going to make a presentation to panel of interviewers to discuss the case study? Anybody? Oh, awesome. And how was the experience? It wasn't easy, I know. Yes. So case study, most of the time, is used in consulting, right? In strategy organization, in finance, or even some tech organizations, where they are going to put maybe a challenge that a particular client is going through. In fact, some of the time, we use the current challenges that some of our clients are going through. I remember a case study that we wanted to hire a director for an organization, for a well-known aviation company in Nigeria. And we brought a case study from Boeing, a case study between Boeing and Airbus. When they wanted to, when Airbus and Boeing, at the point when there was a lot of competition, and we asked them to analyze it. And one of the candidates that eventually, in fact, the candidate that eventually got the job, analyzed the case study in such a way that even when we took his case study to the board, because at the end of the day, we were asked to present the best of candidates and all of that. The board said that this is the candidate that we are looking for. He understood the idea, he understood the challenges, and he was able to analyze that case study relative to what the organization was actually looking for. So, case study is also another type of format of interview. Like I said, in consulting, we use that a lot. Strategy, maybe you are bringing someone into your strategy function or department or finance or in some tech roles. We use that a lot. Yeah. Let's move to the next slide. So, how do you answer like a professional? I said the other time that when you are being asked when you are being asked a behavioral question, don't just talk. It's not just about talking. It's not just about saying something. You must have prepared this before going for an interview. And that's why I said the other time that you must have stories that you are going to share. So when they ask you this question, what story do you have that you have prepared in such a way, in this format, that you can tell the interviewer? Have 4 or 5 of those stories. Typically, the most common one, of course, it's almost similar, is the STAR model of answering questions. STAR is just an acronym that stands for what? Situation, task, action, and what? And result. Is anyone here familiar with any of this? STAR model of interviewing. Yeah, okay. STAR model is very popular. The situation. So they've asked you a question. Tell me about a time when you were part of a team where you contributed significantly. Tell us a time when you have led a team. That could be an interview question, because they are looking for someone with capability in personal leadership. So tell us a time when you have led a team, and what result did you get? So you won't just be talking just for the sake of talking. So you can then pick, so you can see this example that we put here. In my final year project, this person is referring to the past. When they ask you any question, tell us about a time, then you must have something that you have done in the past that you are going to tell them. When I was in school, or when I was working in this so organization, you must first of all pick a situation. A situation. So this example, in my final year project, that is a situation. He has created what? Like a scenario. A situation for that. Then the next is what? Is task. Our team's data kept crashing 2 weeks to what? To deadline. So when this person is talking about our data kept crashing, what is the person communicating? What do you think the person is communicating? What do you think this person is communicating? What? Problem. Data kept crashing 2 weeks to deadline. It's a problem. He has painted the situation and he has given what? The task. So I rebuilt the pipeline overnight and delegated testing to 2 teammates. In fact, I love this because most of the time, what we get to see is candidates will say, we. Don't use we. I. You can talk when you are talking in terms of a team, but always talk about what you have done or what you are doing as an individual. I did this. But when you are referring to maybe a group of people or team, you want to talk about team, that's when you use we. Most of the time, when you use we, if I'm the one interviewing you, I will ask you, who did it? Is it you or others? So it's important that we also get that part. I rebuilt the pipeline overnight and delegated testing to 2 teammates. So you can see that this person understands the concept of what? Of delegation. I delegated testing to 2 teammates. And what is the result of it? We submitted on time and scored the department's highest mark. So, is this clear? I want us to do like a role play. I don't want to sound too theoretical there. So who wants to take the mic? It's a master class, right? Yes. Let's put this into practice quickly. In 2-3 minutes, we should be done. Okay. Yes. Please help us give her the mic. Let's clap for her. It's not easy. Let's give her the mic, please. Okay, so I want you to use this STAR model, and I'm using a behavioral type of interview to ask you a question. Right? So here we go. So good morning, how are you? How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're fine, awesome, good to have you here. So I'd like to ask you a question around personal leadership. And I'd like you to tell me in the past how you have led yourself, what did you do in terms of leading yourself, and what result did you get when it comes to leading yourself as an individual?
As an individual?
Yes.
Okay. While I was working at DNL, we were assigned a project where we are meant to delegate within the next 2 months coming. And I was assigned the team leader. So before the 2 weeks elapsed, we were having issues with our QC and QA data inputs. I took it upon myself to go back to look for what the actual problem is by starting afresh to QC and QA the data into the system. And at the end of the day, we found out the problem was from the QC and QA. And that led our client to win the best bidding projects in the upcoming block. Thank you.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. So, situation, the task that you did, the action that you took, and what? The result. Always communicate what? The result. If you've said all these things and you are not communicating results, that is not going to count for you. All right. The same almost with CAR, the car model, where you talk about the challenge, right? Talk about the challenge. Again, maybe that situation as well. The action that you took and the result that you got at the end of the day. Similar to the SOA model, situation, the obstacle, the action, and what? And the results. Okay, so let's move to the next. We're almost done. So these are some of the 10 questions that you must prepare for. Over the years, I know typically 5 of these questions they will ask you. And I'm just going to talk about some of the questions that I feel that most of the time people don't get to answer very well. The first question is, tell me about yourself. When I'm asking you a question about tell me about yourself, most of the time what I've seen is a situation whereby people are regurgitating their resume, their CV, the place where they've gone to school. Some will even go as far as saying that I was born in Modakeke or, something like that. What do I need that for? Or I went to primary school in so. People are just talking about their CV. But do you know one thing that I've, seen is that it's one very challenging question that a lot of people don't get to master. I've put it in 3 formats. When someone asks you tell me about yourself, and it has worked very well for people. You talk about your past, maybe not too long ago. Talk about your past. If you are someone that you are a young graduate, talk about when you are in school or when you are serving. Don't talk about when you were probably in secondary school or you are in primary school. No. And when you are talking about your past, talk about something that is related to what? Related to that job. Talk about your present, what you are doing presently, or what you are currently doing. Then talk about what? Talk about your future. This should not be more than 1 minute, max 2 minutes, outside of your CV. We've said what? Talk about what? Your past, talk about your present, and talk about your future. I can tell you the next question that an interviewer will ask you will come from what you have said. Most of the time. Oh, you talked about the fact that, you are currently learning how to code. But you didn't graduate. I mean, it shows on your CV that you graduated studying history. So what's the connection between the two? Conversation has started. But if you are just talking about your CV, where you went to school, giving responding to information or whatever, you've missed that opportunity. What you are going to talk about when they ask you, tell me about yourself, is something outside of your CV. Something that can strike their attention or almost immediately that you've probably not put in your CV, or something that someone might not really pay so much attention to, and is very related to the job that you are talking about. The next question is, why should we hire you? Someone will say that, You should hire me because I feel that I can multitask. You should hire me because I feel I'm hardworking. Exactly. You should hire me because I'm fit for the job. No. This is where they're asking you that among all the people that we are talking to, why are you so distinct? What makes you so different? And this is where you need to be able to talk about what? Your strength. Your strength. Talk about your strength. You should hire me because this role requires someone with a knowledge of, who has done something in terms of data analysis. And I've been able to do this. I've used this. You should hire me because this role requires someone with this behavior. And this is, you are talking and you are giving them examples. And maybe the other question is salary expectations. If you have not done your research, don't just give a figure. Don't give a figure. As much as possible, do your research. But if the interviewer insists that they want you to mention a figure, you can just mention that, well, I believe that there's a salary scale in place within the organization. And this role, you believe that is within a salary band, and which you should be considered for the scale that matches, the salary that matches with this role. Because the more you talk about in Nigeria today, if it's outside of Nigeria, there's this conversation that salary is not something you should be asking people. Just pay people based on what that role requires. But of course, the practice in Nigeria today is still a case where you see people asking you about what you want to earn. I've seen a case where interviewers or recruiters ask people how much they want to earn, and based on the information that they've given, they were put on that scale. Even a case where the salary is higher. So be careful when it comes to salary expectation. Do your research. Ask a lot of questions. Go on LinkedIn. Ask people who work in that organization. Connect with them. Let's move on. Others, we may not be able to go through these other questions, but if you go through, if you download the checklist, you will see some of these questions there. In terms of your strength, you'll also be able to talk about your strength. So when you are interviewing physically, these are some of the things that you must be able to project. One, handshake. When you come in, don't appear sloppily. Don't appear like someone who is begging for that role. No. Organizations need you, and that is where you have applied for that job. Let me say something. Talent is very scarce out there right now. So when you appear as someone who is really begging for that job, it's also an opportunity not even to hire you. Because recruiters are looking for someone who is very confident, someone who is very businesslike. You maintain eye contact, confidence, voice, speak out. I know some of us, maybe when it's time for us to be interviewed, this is when we lose our voices. But please try as much as possible to project yourself very well when it comes to that interview. Appearance, I think we've talked about. Then listening. Listen also very well. Then build rapport with your interviewer. And of course, close on a very strong note. Let's go to the next. Then virtual interview. It has become the order of the day now. Most of the time, the first level interview happens virtually these days. It's only when maybe it's second or the third, in a case where they have that, that's when they will invite you. But when you are having a virtual interview, these are some of the things that we also need to pay attention to. Camera at eye level, test audio beforehand. These are some of the things that some of us are familiar with. I really don't need to go over this again. Maybe also minding your digital body language is very important. It's very, very important. Someone is beyond what you are saying. There's someone that is watching your body language, the way you're sounding, the way you project yourself. We interviewed someone for a role sometimes ago for an organization. The way the guy was sounding, it was sounding like someone who was angry. And right there and then, we felt that we won't be able to continue with that interview because he wasn't really projecting the kind of person that we are looking for. And right there and then, we ended the interview. Yeah, let's go to the next. We're almost done. So, interview mistakes that cost candidates the job opportunities. I think we've also touched on some of these things. Arriving late is not good. It's really, really not good. And the truth is that if your interview is scheduled for a particular time, please try as much as possible. Arrive early. If you know that the job is worth having, you know that the work is really, really worth having, come and get a hotel or something close to that place. If you know you are staying far away, maybe a night before, so that the next morning you can just walk up to the interview venue. If it is virtual interview, please ensure that you stay in the lobby 5 minutes, in fact 10 minutes before the time. Between 5 and 10 minutes, between 10 and 5 minutes before the time, so that you won't appear as someone. Poor grooming, we've talked about that. Even when you are interviewing virtually, you must project yourself. You must be well groomed. Weak, rambling communication is really not the best. And these are some of the things that we need to master. Not researching the company, we've talked about that. There are some things that are common in Nigerian interviews, right? We also have some of those factors here that are peculiar to, our environment. One of the things that I've seen is inappropriate virtual background. I get to see that a lot, most of the time. I mean, technology is so good now that you can even create that background such that nobody would think you are not in Nigeria. Most especially if you are using Zoom or any of these communication tools, right? It's important that we do that. Poor internet, we've talked about that. And vague answers. When we are giving vague answers, it's really not the best. Vague answers on salary expectations. Dressing too casually for the sector, and some of the things that we have here. All right, let's move to the next. So these are some of the things that make candidates unforgettable. Personal branding. It's very, very important. The way you are groomed, the way you speak. Personal branding is not just about your physical composition or appearance. It's about, you can communicate a brand by what you say. Recently, we were interviewing a lady for an HR job in an organization. We met a lot of people. But this particular lady, the organization wanted someone who is very assertive. In fact, it was one of the traits for that particular role. And immediately this lady started talking. You would know from her brand that she's an assertive person. And right there and then we hired her. So you must be able to communicate your brand within your personal brand within 60 seconds. By the time they're asking you and you are using certain language or languages, or you are communicating in a certain way, that's your brand. someone is already connecting you with certain things. It's very important. Storytelling, I've talked about that, ability to tell your stories of what you have done. Relevant stories. Don't just share any story. Relevant stories. Achievement is very, very important. Don't talk about, don't go for an interview without having something to say as an achievement for that particular role. You must be able to talk about it. For those of us who are just coming into the workplace, a lot of things that we've done in school while we're in the university, they are good enough to be used as achievements. Maybe you are part of a research team, you are part of a debating and society, you are part of a even fellowship. Those are things that we can put together, and communicate to the interviewer. Someone talked about not having experience. See, the truth is that a recruiter or an interviewer knows when you don't have that experience. But are you able to communicate something relatable to the job that you are being interviewed for? Most especially when you have the opportunity of being interviewed. Portfolio, we've talked about that. LinkedIn presence. How many of us are on LinkedIn here? And not just on LinkedIn, we are posting from time to time on LinkedIn. Do we know that LinkedIn is gold? LinkedIn is gold, honestly. For those of us who probably are looking for a job and we are not present and we are not active on LinkedIn, please go back. In fact, if you are looking for a job, that is the number one platform for you to be on a day-to-day basis. If you know the amount of jobs that are being posted on LinkedIn daily, oh my God, both Nigeria and outside of Nigeria, it's very important that we're on LinkedIn. And not just on LinkedIn, you must ensure that your profile, you see some people, they don't even have their pictures on LinkedIn. They don't have a picture being displayed on LinkedIn. They don't have all their details. Well, just first of all, import your CV on LinkedIn before you then begin to look at each section, and fine-tune everything. It's very, very important. Questions, follow-up email, thank you notes, also very important. Asking, when they ask you, do you have questions for us? And you are saying that, no, I don't have questions. Sometimes it communicates something that you have not done your research very well. There are questions to be asked, even if you are not even interested in knowing some of those questions, right? Let's go on. We're almost done. Let's move. Okay, so the future of interviews. Now, everybody is talking about AI. And AI is now being used for, first of all, so you can see the figure. 43% of HR teams now use AI in hiring, up from 25% 2 years ago. In fact, we have a tool in PCL that is AI enabled. So once you apply, what the AI does is that it sieves CVs of people who are not even qualified for that job. It sieves the CV out of the people to look at. That even before anybody will attend, once you put in the query, the AI sieves the CV, through the ATS. And I know that there's a conversation on that. So you can see 70% of employers use skill-based hiring over your degree. 66% of recruiters are increasing AI use in pre-screening. Sometimes ago, I saw one job ad online, and I applied. I wanted to know about that tool. There's a tool called Micro One AI. That AI is so powerful that it's going to ask you questions as though a recruiter is asking you a question. You don't even need to interface with anybody. So as the AI tool is asking you questions, it's recording your it's text-based. It's going to come on the screen. Oh, can you tell me a time when you did this? So you have to speak loudly. If there's a need for that AI to ask you probing question, the AI tool will ask you. Then the AI tool will submit your answer. It's not even you that will submit your answer. As it's asking you question, you are answering. Is the one taking the answer, submitting the answer, moving you to the next, on and on like that. Many years ago, there was no tool like that. But just to let you know that AI is now part of what recruiters use for hiring. So let's move to the next. I think we're almost done now. So how AI is changing interviews. You apply. Like I said, AI will screen, and then human then decide. So imagine a case where you've crafted your CV in such a way that the AI is not even picking the right words in your resume, in your CV. And that is why we need to go for that CV review. It's really, really very important. Because if your CV is not able to pass through the ATS, there's no way you'll be called for an interview. It's a process, one process to another. And I always say this, there's no one-size-fits-all CV. Your CV must be tailored for a particular role that you are interviewing for, and ensure that you have all what it takes for that role. So we can see that AI is becoming very powerful in the workplace today. 98% of Fortune 500 firms now use ATS to sort resumes. A lot of organizations are using ATS to sort resumes. Let's move to the next, please. So, like I said before, the interview is not about convincing them you need the job. It is about helping them believe that they need you. Organizations are looking for people, and I can say this as someone who has played in the consulting space for years. We recruit for organizations every day, every time. Every day, every time. We are looking for people. In fact, I told my recruitment team sometimes ago that, see, to get people now, you can't even sit at home. You have to go out and be looking for candidates. You have to go to schools and be looking for candidates. You have to go to events and be asking people for CVs. Is that bad? Organizations are looking for people, but the truth is that have you positioned yourself or have you developed yourself to that level where you are someone who will be interviewed and right there and then you can land the job? So, thank you. I have the next slide, please. I have the QR code for those of us who probably want to scan some of the things that we have talked about now that you can scan and download. It's a checklist that we can use for any upcoming interview. Thank you so much for your time. So I'll wait if there are questions that you'd like me to answer. Any question? Question. Are we all good? Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, so my question is...
sorry, who is speaking? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So my question is about the last part where you said the interview isn't about convincing them you need the job. It's about helping them believe they need you. Okay, so sometimes about 3 years ago, I applied for a job and I got the job. And you mentioned something about when you go for an interview, after being interviewed, and they're asking you about the salary. And you want to be the one to decide or tell them the amount of salary they should pay you. Instead, you should not do that. You should tell them they have a scale, which is the company scale of salary. So in this sense, I was being paid 300 above, and one thing I've realized about, let me say, CEOs or owners of companies, by the time they pay you a particular amount of money, when you tell them this is the amount I want to be paid, because they asked me, I told them the last place I worked, I was being paid 300,000, and they said, okay, we will give you 350. If I've been able to tell them I was paid 400,000, because I didn't want to lie, I want to be transparent. I told them 300, they said 350. And afterwards, I was working and I was given an appointment letter, and at the end of the day, I was being used for more than that 350. Reason because I was on probation for 3 months, and while I was given the letter, I'm to resume 8 a.m. in the morning and close 5 p.m. That was what was written in my appointment letter. And at the end of the day, after like 3 weeks or a month, I started resuming 7 a.m. Because I don't go late to work. Because I love what I do. I love my job. I come to work very early and I close 8 p.m. Reason because my boss will see, oh, girl, you're still here. You're still, okay, do this. And I was enjoying doing it. But at some point, I got tired because this was not what we planned for. So now, what I want to ask is it good, or will it be good for an employer to do that to an employee? And will it be good for an employee to now say, oh, I don't want to, we have a deal. This is the time I'm supposed to resume. This is the time I'm supposed to close. Is it good for such an employee to say, no, I can no longer work with this time? And is it good for an employee to now say, this is the amount I want to be paid?
Okay, your question is like 2 in 1. It's loaded, right? So the first one has to do with the salary. Don't go for an interview, most especially when you know that it's getting to where salary will be discussed, without doing your research. Please and please and please. Do your research, because at the point where you are going to make that decision to join the organization, you may not be able to change anything again. So, if you have, in your case now, you have a salary history. You are coming with a salary history. It's not that you are a young graduate, you are coming with a salary increase. You should have asked yourself, what is the minimum for you to take on another job? Most especially in this organization, in that particular organization. If it is somewhere where you know that it's not going to take you far to transport yourself, maybe fine. But a difference of 50,000 naira to your former salary in this economy, it's really, somehow. So, in conclusion, do your research very well. Research very well. Then know your minimum. Know the minimum where you are going to walk away, and know your maximum. And that is why maybe in your case, you should have said something like, oh, even though in my current role or in my past role, I was earning this, but right now, I'm looking for this range. This is what I'm looking for. Always talk about a range. So if you have called like 500 or something, they'll probably come back to say, oh, sorry, we may not be able to pay you 500, we will do 400. And negotiate. This is where the power of negotiation must come in. We must understand what it means to negotiate salary. It's not every salary that we see that we jump at. There are even other parts of benefits that we need to be able to look at. I've also made that mistake in the past where I was so particular about looking at the gross. And immediately I jumped on the gross, and at the end of the month, by the time you start seeing the net, you'll be like, oh, I've entered a wrong bus. So when it comes to salary, please do your research, know your minimum and your maximum, and before you accept any offer, try as much as possible to negotiate if you know that what you are being offered is not something that you'll be comfortable with. Then in the case of whether, so now your employer is coming with certain things outside of your, well, for me, it depends. It depends. If you find yourself in an organization where you feel that it's like a win-win situation where you are working and development is happening by the other side, then you may not really push back, because you find out that even in the course of doing that, you are being recognized, you are being developed. But a case where the barrage of work or the amount of work coming to you, there is no form of recognition, there is no form of development, you are just being assigned additional tasks, even no additional salary that comes with it, honestly, you need to flag it. You need to flag it. If you are not seeing commensurate increase in the skills that you are building and the organization is helping you to build, even in terms of the financial reward that comes with such, you should flag it. Otherwise, you'll be so overwhelmed, and at the end of the day, it becomes your responsibility, and that's it. Any other question? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So still on this salary issue, I haven't personally experienced this, but I've had a couple of friends say before they got into another job, the new place they were applying to asked them for maybe a copy of their previous
pay slip.
Pay slip, yes, yes. Is there a way we can get around that? Because the truth is, where I am, I might feel I'm not being paid enough to do what I do.
Absolutely.
Maybe I am at a role where I should be a manager and they are paying me as a supervisor, or I'm doing the work of a manager, but I'm being paid as a supervisor. That's why I want to leave. Now I'm coming to you and you're asking me bring my previous pay slip, and I know that if I show you that, you will still pay me something.
You will,
close.
exactly.
And what I think is, if you say I will not give you the pay slip, they will just remove your name and they will not even consider you for the job. But is there a way we can actually refuse to give the pay slip and not have them blacklist us from the job?
No, the truth is that if you know what you are worth, the answer is no, but in a professional way, right? In a professional way, because the implication of that is that if you send your pay slip to, in fact, the practice is that do not ask people to, just pay people for what that role is worth. You know, there's what we call job evaluation. We evaluate every job and get to know what the role is worth. The question is that, why should I send my pay slip to you before you know what the pay is? I know this has generated a lot of debates in several HR fora, you know, and whatever. Some people will say, oh, how do I get to, you know, measure something? But we also say that why not pay people for what they are worth for that particular role? But if you feel you are not comfortable, most especially when you know that where you are coming from, you are not even being paid well, or you are not, what you are doing, you know, I've seen a case, someone was telling me recently, where she's currently working, she's working as a manager, but she's being paid as a supervisor. Now, she wanted to move to an organization, and that organization is asking her to bring her pay slip. You know, by the time she puts forward her pay slip, she's going to be paid more like a supervisor. The worst they will add is that let's even add 30% to what this person is currently earning. And in that organization where she is, it's not 30% won't even take you to that of a manager. She manages a team. That's what I'm saying. It's not just she manages a team, she manages projects, she travels all around, working as a manager, but not being paid as a manager. So, if you feel that you are not comfortable with that, please find a way to just communicate without sounding rude or sounding arrogant. You know, there's a way you can communicate that. And if the organization feels that, oh, this person is worth bringing in, they will always go for you. Yeah, is that clear? Oh yeah, madam, you can. Why? Why not? Please. She wants to add to that, please. Let her quickly.
Thank you so much for being gracious enough to allow me contribute. Yeah. So, I've listened to the two questions, and I'm talking from an industry perspective. So here is what the lady that feels she's being used. So that debate, it didn't start today and is going to continue.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So what I would say to that, my colleague has already said, put a value. So usually I don't like it when people tell me, whatever you want to. So it works sometimes and sometimes it doesn't work. I personally don't like it because if you're working for a structured organization, they've already done job evaluations. So when they do job evaluations and come up with grading, they've already assigned salaries to every job within the organization. They're asking you that question is to get a sense of whether your expectations fits within the range of what they are asking for. So it may not be because they want to underpay you. Because whether you're earning 30 naira for a 3 million naira job, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's really the way you communicate the value you will bring to the organization. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if I'm earning 3 naira and I feel I'm being used in quotes and I feel that, they're not valuing what I will tell you currently where I'm working, this is how much I'm earning. However, I would communicate it in such a way that I know that I am not earning where I should be, but the value I'm bringing to your organization makes me worth so, and so. Let me tell you what, I have hired somebody with barely 2 years experience for a role that required about 3 to 4 to 5 years experience, where they're earning maybe over about 10 million. Not because, and if I were looking at it on the face value of their CV, I would say, not enough experience. But I checked out this person. That's another thing. As recruiters, when we want to interview you, we would already check you out on the internet. So we know what you are putting there. So by the time I checked this person out, I saw, the things that this person is, posting. Do you understand? I really liked it. Yeah. And it made sense. And it made me feel that this person will bring value. So by the time the person was saying, this is what I want, at the end of the day, we paid them even more than what they wanted. So you've got to, then on the feeling used. So it also depends, where are you in your career? Are you in your early career? Are you in your mid-career? Or are you at the, at the very top? So if I'm in my early career and they are using me, or more, I will take what I can from that using, because I will take what I can that will promote me to the next level. Because that using, you see, is part of what I will put in my CV as the value that I can bring. Please, I'm not saying that, and I love Gen Zs, they understand personal time, not like our own generation. If companies should say work till 12 a.m., we will work. But you've got to also have a cutoff point. That's, one of the things I wanted to say. I don't think it's wrong for you to tell a company the range you're looking at. It's really about communicating the value you can bring. Because we already know what we want to pay you. At the end of the day, we have a range, except for unstructured organizations. So every job has what we believe. And sometimes, right, when we find a really good candidate, we are willing to go over and beyond what we have already pegged as the range. At the end of the day, what can you bring? What value can you bring to the table? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam, thank you. Yeah, let's hear from him quickly.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this beautiful session. I have 3 questions here. First of all, the first one is, what is the biggest mistake fresh graduates make in interviews that cost them the job? Then the second one is, how do I answer? What is your experience when they ask me when all I have is my NYC and school project? And the third one is, how honest should I be about having no full-time work experience yet? Because I just graduated.
Sorry, I didn't get that third one.
The third one is, how honest should I be about having no full-time work experience yet? Because I'm just a fresh graduate. I just finished my NYC.
Even if you lie, we can see that on your profile and your CV. So you have to be as truthful as you can when it comes to your experience. You can't fabricate it, but that's why I said that one of the biggest mistakes and challenges for young people coming into the workplace is self-awareness. I can say that over and over and over again. It's self-awareness, because when it comes to tell me about who you are, tell me about yourself, you'll find a lot of people struggling with understanding self. Yes. So one of the key assignments that I always give people coming to the workplace is that go and spend enough time understanding self. The more insight you have about yourself, the better for you. Even people, the other time we were talking about imposter syndrome. One of the things that helped me, in fact, I hired a coach when I came to the workplace that I was paying. And I always say this: if I hadn't made that decision of hiring an executive coach, I'm talking about 20 years ago, who worked on myself, my values, my strength, some of these things that they're asking, my strength, my weaknesses. It was giving me some insurmountable tasks. It was asking me to set 10 years, 5 years goals, and asking me a lot of questions. Maybe some of us may not go through that experience. But the challenge is that spend time to understand yourself. If you spend enough time to understand self, honestly, you'll find out that during interview, it's just a conversation. It's just a chat. When someone is asking you questions, because there's no better person who can talk about who you are than yourself. Your values, the kind of environment, the kind of culture, your goals. When they're asking you, okay, where do you see yourself in this organization in the next 3 to 4 years? I've seen someone who told me that, you know what, I just want to work here for 2 years, and the 3rd year, I move. And we hired that person because he was being truthful. He said, the 3rd year, I would have made some money. I wanted to start an app or something. It was very blunt, and we hired the person. So it's not a case of saying that you have to be truthful. It's not a case of saying, oh, you have an experience when you don't even really have that experience. Because by the time they start asking you questions, even during NYSC, can you package all the things that you have done during NYSC into something that you can communicate during interview? So if you don't have that experience, you don't have it. But if you have that experience and you don't know how to communicate it, it's a different ball game entirely. I don't know if that answers the question. Yeah. I think we are done.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Now we've reached the end of the program, but we still have a couple of things. First, I would like to announce that on behalf of the committee, the first 10 people to come today and receive tags will get Mr. Darren's books. And I would read out the names, so you would meet Mrs. Yonjo Lomola outside at the end of the program. Oluwaduni Adewale, Femi Akin Femiwa, Abraham Omiko, God's Favor, Boluwatife Oluboro, Prince Michelle Mankwe, Sarah Abu, Iroko Mausi. Those are the names. If you heard your name, please see Mrs. Yonjo outside. And then with 6 and 7 also see her outside. Then now would have the closing remarks by Mrs. Sholakwe.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think, don't hate me, but I think we need to warm up a little bit before we close. Can we all stand up again, please? Please sit down if you really didn't want to come here this morning. Honestly, let's be honest. We had many things, it didn't rain today, but just after an exhausting week. Okay. And please sit down if you're really happy that you came. Excellent. So at least I think someone's still standing, so maybe we didn't make her happy. Okay, no, she sat down. So I really have to say thank you very much to everyone. It's been an amazing day. I've learned so much myself. I'm excited. I've been encouraged. I've been judged. I felt so judged by some of these comments, but I've been inspired, and I'm really excited about the impact it's going to have on my life. I did the Ideal Life exercise, I think it was 2016, I think, and it changed my life. It actually put me in trouble because I made the mistake of showing my husband. And the 2 things he liked there, he would remind me, you said you wanted us to be doing this one. Come downstairs and eat. Don't go and sleep in the room. But it really changed my life, and I look back on it, and I've done probably 70, 80% of the things I said I would do. So please, some of these exercises that we were asked to do are not academic. It's really, everything here has been designed to help you have the tools that the people who've spoken passionately have learned over time change their lives. And these things can be used to change your lives. So please take everything that was said here seriously. We may not be able to do everything, but take, even if it's one thing, take 2 things. Take the semi-red structure that Mr. Kayode spoke about. I've taken that one down now. Take the key things that were said. Imposter syndrome is not for you. Everybody in that room, I can assure you, everybody in that room, everyone that you see hold a mic every day, everyone that's made billions, they still suffer imposter syndrome. I can assure you. You can hear Madam Dorothy, you can see she's very successful. Pastor Ayomide, everybody still suffers. I suffer imposter syndrome every day, but I know it's not me. So please take 1, 2, 3 things away and use it to transform your lives. I have to really thank all our speakers, keynote, Sister Ruby Igwe, Pastor Ayomide, SPD, the Enterprise Stage, Mr. Sinari Daranijo, Mr. Kayode, and Mr. Wale Dutola from ARM, our own Pastor Ayomide, our darling brother Camille, and Mrs. Olufobi, who's also been supporting the CV review process, Naz Onuzo, and Mr. Adedoyin Adebayo, who just took us through this rousing, amazing interview masterclass. It was a masterclass, I imagine. Please, can we give him another round of applause? The Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Mr. Babajide, who spoke so engagingly, and the Executive Secretary, Mrs. Feisha Olayande, who was here, and the rest of the team who were outside, just responding. For those who are looking for jobs or looking for support around training to get jobs, please go to LSETF. Please use the tinyurl.com/LSESP phase 3. I actually memorized it. It's very important if you're looking for jobs that they can help with. I want to thank Sister Shewande Umi and Jemmy Neal Consulting. They've been sitting there since 8:30 a.m. supporting people with reviewing their CVs. Just amazing work. Thank the photography team and the stylists. In fact, I want to get my photo done, so if they have not left when we finish, I'm going to run and go and do mine. And then the volunteers. I really one who volunteered here today. There are many people who are helping, who are not core members of the team, but took 6 hours out of their Saturday to come and help us. The members of the church, the pastors, the deacons who trusted us to do this, and so many deacons were here today. Deacon Tony Adegbola, Deacon GBK, Deacon Badejo, so many of the deacons were here today. Thank you very much. And those who couldn't come, my very own Pastor Michael, audiovisual and social media, thank you so very much. Please, a round of applause to the audiovisual team, the decorating team, Sister Esther, the photography team, and the ushers who've been helping us. A very big thank you. So sponsors and donors who made today happen. Someone did the food, Jemmy Neal supporting us, Phillips Consulting supporting us. So many people gave of their own. Many people like to remain anonymous, but we're so grateful to you. And then to the amazing team that thought this up and put it together. Sister Joke, Sister Nyoju, Sister Yewande, Brother Camille, Sister Sheon, Brother Laulu, everyone in the... Sister Ojoma, everyone in the careers and recruitment team, and indeed the larger economic empowerment team, thank you so very much for making this happen. Most importantly, every single person, you've given of your day today. I really pray that it has been good for you, truly good for you, and that it will be impactful for you. You're the most important people here. Every single one of you that thought it was important to be here, that validated our belief that this was needed. And really what the team is planning is we did it this way because we wanted to support with overcoming the hurdles that sometimes block us from moving to where we want to be, whether it's in our minds, whether it's in the tools we have. It can be in having a physical copy of your CV or a virtual copy of your CV that has been done well, preparing with the skills so that you can succeed. The next activity then is a job fair where we will have employers. But guess what? You already have the advantage. You've gotten the best advice. You know how to position yourself. From that will come jobs that may come from there, but hopefully will come from before, from as early as next week, from conversations that you had in this room. So the whole point was to prepare you so that the next few days, the next few weeks, and ultimately up until our next event, you then have that advantage to be able to make good on it. So it gives us joy. We pray that this will be good for you. And we pray that we'll have cause to celebrate you in the immediate future and even in the long-term future. We believe in you. God believes in you. Please believe in yourself and live your lives to the fullest. You can be anything and everything you want to do. You've heard multipreneurs there, people who've worked in various sectors, people who are working on many things at the same time. Just follow what God has put in your heart and you will never be disappointed. Invest in yourself, trust yourself, and enjoy yourself. God bless you. Thank you.